All right, are we ready? Good evening. Today is Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. The time is 6:03. That says 6:04, but mine says 6:03. So I'll go with 6:03. All right, I want to welcome everybody to this special meeting. I apologize, I don't have everything up to par. All right, can we get a roll call, please?
Flores Kale.
Here.
Tobias.
Present.
Goza.
Here.
Medina.
Here.
Zapata.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, we have 7 members present. We have a quorum. Up next, we have citizens' comments. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of City Council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, and we ask that you observe the 3-minute time limit. And does anybody have any? All right, seeing none, I am going to go ahead and close citizens' comments. Up next, we have executive session. The City Council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda items 1A. Agenda item 1A pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.072. Thank you. And we have come out of executive session. We're going to go ahead and take a break for 20 minutes, and then we'll come back and reconvene for our regular schedule at 7 o'clock. Yeah, I adjourned this one. Yeah.
Yep. This meeting's
Thank you.
adjourned.
All right, good evening. Thank you to everybody for coming out tonight. Today is Tuesday, May 19th. The time is 7:04, and we are going to start this regular meeting. Can I please get a roll call?
Flores Kale.
Here.
Tobias.
Present.
Goza.
Here.
Medina.
Here.
Zapata.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, that is 7. We have a quorum. Up next, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. Up next, we have citizens' comments period. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of City Council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business. We ask that you please observe the 3-minute time limit. Up first, I have Robert Hunter.
Hi there. My husband has come with me and he's signed up to speak and he would like to cede his minutes to me.
Absolutely.
If I could use that for what I'm going to say.
Yes, can we redo the time clock, please? All right, and then it'll go for 6 minutes instead of 3. All right, thank you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. You bet.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robert Hunter and I am a resident of Sunset Hills. I am submitting Exhibits 1 through 29 into the public record. Exhibit 29 is a detailed timeline and disclosure demand. The factual statements I make are backed up by exhibits, and the conclusions I draw are based on that record. The record starts in 2006-2007 when the Meadows and Sunset Hills documents tied this property to public parkland. In 2008, city records identified a 13.220-acre public park lot, formerly named Kyle Vista Park, and considered a park master plan. In 2015, the city treated even utility lines through Kyle Vista Park as a non-park use requiring Chapter 26 review. In 2016, the developer agreed to pay park development fees for Kyle Vista Park. In 2017, Resolution 1073 described Kyle Vista Park for recreation, trails, sport courts, ball fields, playgrounds, picnic areas, aquatic recreation, indoor recreation, and community park amenities. Then the record changes. In January 2025, the city paid Burdett Consultants for site assessment work on Kyle Vista Park. Sunset Hills residents need the contract, scope of work, invoice, maps, reports, deliverables, emails, and who requested that work. On August 5, 2025, Resolution 1848 approved an MOU with Hays County for a county facility, park enhancements, and animal services. The resolution says that the MOU is non-binding unless later formalized, and it contains an expiration clause which appears to have been triggered unless the city has legal analysis or subsequent action showing otherwise. Residents need all MOU drafts, legal reviews, expiration clause analysis, and any later interlocal agreement, ground lease, contract amendments, renewal, and replacement agreement. On August 19, 2025, Resolution 1861 created the Kyle Vista Projects Task Force. The named members were Robert Rizzo, Kyle District 2, Mark McKinney, Kyle District 5, Michael Tobias, Kyle District 6, Debbie Inglesby, Hays County Commissioner, Precinct 1, and Dr. Michelle Cohen, Hays County Commissioner, Precinct 2. That task force is the red flag. Exhibit A to Resolution 1861 assigned the task force to evaluate timelines, provide intergovernmental guidance, oversee project deadlines, and guide interconnected design elements. That same exhibit states that the meeting frequency would be as needed, open meeting rules would not be in effect, official minutes would not be required, and a quorum for the task force would be required. in regard to the no quorum and no meetings argument, even if this structure is being defended as avoiding a formal quorum of either governmental body, it remains suspicious when public parkland, county offices, homes, schools, probation operations, and long-term land use were being coordinated without required official minutes. Sunset Hills residents need every task force record, emails, text, calendar invites, meeting dates, attendance records, notes, summaries, status reports, Friday report updates, draft documents, communications with Hays County, communications with HDR, Kitchell, attorneys, consultants, and all records involving Rizzo, McKinney, Tobias, Inglesby, Cohen, city staff, and county staff. Sunset Hills residents also need all Chapter 26 records for the September 16, 2025 action, all deeds, plats, legal descriptions, CAD 17388 records, 13.22 acre lease maps, and 29.822 acre taking maps, all alternative site studies, traffic studies, school and pedestrian safety studies, probation offender impact analysis, Hays County financing documents, certificates of obligation records, HDR, and Kitchell records, and all communications with Hays CISD, Science Hall Elementary, Chappa Middle School, nearby HOAs, and affected residents. The timeline shows parkland, then site assessment, then MOU, then task force operating without required official minutes, then Chapter 26, then Hays County debt, design contracts, and a 72,000 square foot county campus with adult and juvenile probation at Beebe and Dacey. This does not look like transparent public planning. It looks suspicious, and we are calling it out. Sunset Hills residents are onto the timeline. We are organized. We are not going away. We are not letting this matter drop. County offices may be needed. This location is wrong, but it is a perfect for the previously planned and publicly documented Kyle Vista Park vision. Thank you, and thank you to Mayor Flores Kale and Councilmember Goza for giving Sunset Hills a voice.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Leslie O'Pry, please.
I'd like to begin by saying after watching Saturday's budget meeting, I want to thank some of you, especially Perez Mohit. I was disgusted with Dr. Harris, just backstroking on every single thing, so busy trying to justify every decision that you had made. It was disgusting, but I move on. I'm angry, I'm frustrated, and I believe many residents are asking the same question tonight. How did we end up roughly $15 million in the hole? The financial system did not appear overnight. It did not happen because of one budget cycle. It did not happen because of one difficult year. Decisions were made over time by previous council and city leadership, and now the people of Kyle are paying the price. Back in January, I stood before this council and I asked for a forensic audit. I asked for transparency. I asked for accountability. I asked for answers. Nothing happened. When you find yourself in a financial hole this deep, you do not keep doing business as usual. You do not shrug your shoulders. You do not tell residents, trust the process. You start digging for facts. Residents deserve to know where the money went. Residents deserve to know what decisions led us here. Residents deserve to know who approved those decisions. Transparency should not begin after a crisis. Transparency should have prevented the crisis. I believe our new city manager has the ability and work ethic to help pull Kyle out of this situation. I believe there is an opportunity to change direction and rebuild trust. But that effort only succeeds if this council is united in putting the city first. That means setting aside personalities. That means setting aside political camps. And that means ending the pattern where some votes seem driven by opposition rather than what serves Kyle residents. Mayor Flores Kale has asked some very difficult questions. She has pushed for accountability. She has focused on facts. When leadership asks hard questions during a financial crisis, they should not be treated as a problem. That should be respected. The residents of Kyle are watching. We are paying attention. We are paying the bills. Stop protecting the past and start protecting the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Tim Miller, please.
Thank you. I'm transparency or lack of. Earlier last week, I sent you all an email concerning this item. Finding out this morning of the planned wastewater treatment pond or wastewater line for the LDS Church investment property of 3,000 acres just west of Stagecoach is secretly being planned. Talking with area residents, no one said a thing. Where is the transparency of this potential infrastructure project to do the newly built subdivisions of Opal Meadows, Paramount, and Opal Point residents? No, they don't even know. All right, have you sent out emails to the affected citizens of just alone on the smell? Last year when Opal Point was being built, dust settled on residential homes and vehicles. Good thing the wind kept the polluting of our certified organic farm 36 years from the dust away from our award-winning water conservation family farm. When former city manager Brian Langley was told of this awful dust, he ordered the developer to water the roads being built. Some residents knew I was good. Thousands of gallons were used. How will this protect our certified organic farm from dust, noise, working at all hours of the day, and the smell from the ponds that will have human waste from the LDS Church investment property? We were blindsided when you tried eminent domain of the P3 150 highway project. Kinder Morgan came next, but asking nicely to move their pipeline, no lawsuit. They did, saving our now 37-year certified organic farm. I've been asking for farmland preservation or conservation easement since 2014. You won't allow it. How many semi-transport tanker trucks with sewage sludges will be used to come and go every day? I'm sure some of the residents of Waterleaf could tell us the smell associated with such land use. But placing wastewater detention ponds next to the highest land use in the country, a certified organic farm? Have you thought about the birds being attracted to this site as well? I don't need seagulls and ducks flying around, since this proposed location is the site of a little-known spring that flows from our property. Certainly, the Meadows Center, TECQ, has been notified, as well as Edwards Aquifer Authority. Silently, for years, the Engaged Ecology Initiative at Texas State University has scholars address environmental challenges. Have you contacted all four of these entities concerning the wastewater ponds next to a certified organic farm for the LDS Church investment subdivisions? Can they use religious rights for aquifer pumping? No cost for those residents. With 3,000 acres, they surely can find 15 acres for a wastewater site on their land instead of pumping up a hill next to us. If this is why you will not enforce the overweight semis on the Opal Lane easement because of your motive was this project, please tell us more about the secret plans for this project. This is why I keep reporting traffic complaints, over 6,000 so far over the few years, as I will not ever condone semis on the Opal Lane easement.
Thank you. Okay, up next, I have Larry Garlick, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'd like to ask that you move items 20 and 21 forward tonight for discussion and vote. This council is being asked to continue the failed policies of the prior city management. The previous council made decisions based on information that may have been incomplete or manipulated. Continuing the active PUC docket risks losing millions in attorney's fees, consultants' fees, refunds, and other costs. Dockets of this complexity often run 18 months or more. For example, the Leander docket that I've mentioned many times is very similar to Kyle. That took 3 years. The lawyer's fees in item 20 only go through November 2026. That's just 6 months from now. An additional request will almost certainly be needed after that date. Item 21 seeks even more funds for Raftellus, the rate consultant, which estimates an additional $300,000 on top of the cost of service studies we've already paid for. On Saturday, we learned the city is staring down a $15 million deficit. Are we really going to commit $1 million for just 12 months of litigation? What happens the next 2 years? What will be that total after 36 months? What happens if the city is ruled against? It is time to right the ship. I agree with our interim city manager, Perez Mohit, who stated on Saturday, the ones that make out like a bandit on both sides are the attorneys, and that the city needs to stop the bleeding. I respectfully ask that you vote no on 20 and 21 so the city and the residents can move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Pete Munoz.
Hello, Yvonne. Pete Munoz over at 1301 BB Road. Where I live out on BB Road, right behind me is also a Sunflower Boulevard, in which right behind that is a whole bill of property. To the left of that is a big deal of property also. And this is where they're going to put the property of the county offices, like he was talking about earlier. 3-story buildings and juvenile dog pounds and stuff like that. A parking lot that has 300 cars coming in parking spaces. Now, how are the residents here supposed to be sleeping well at nighttime with all these dogs barking? And what else could happen at their juvenile company? Could be the police coming out there at any time of the hours, sirens going off. How are we supposed to have peace out there? Right now we have peace. Now, if you were to go forward with the park that was supposed to be there originally, that would be perfect. If anything, the way that place is built up, you got a hill that goes down like this, have a band down here and stands up here, make it into a musical park, summer during the music and stuff like that, summer stuff like that. So that could possibly be better. Instead of bringing all these big old buildings in here, using up all the water that we don't have enough of, electricity, and the roads on BB Road is all cluttered up to start off with. And that Sunflower Boulevard back there in the back is going to be using for whatever reason. And we're using it right now. It's really messed up to start off with. So anyway, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. All right, up next, I'm going to apologize in advance. I think it's Joan Zimmerman. And then I can't read your last name, sorry.
Hi, thank you. You were very close. I'm Dr. Joanne Zimmerman Samosa. I've been a Kyle resident since 2007. For 13 years, I owned a home in South Lake Ranch. In 2020, I moved to Six Creeks. My water bill instantly went up by at least 30%. When I called to complain about it, I was told, oh, that's just because it's a new hookup and you have new sod, so you're probably watering it more. We all know that's a lie. The water rates have been higher ever since I moved over there. They settled into about $35 to $40 a month more, even though it was the same 2 people, the same 2 dogs, and a smaller lot that we were living on. Now, they've gone up another 70%. I live by myself. I have 2 dogs. I pay $200 a month in water. I don't have a pool. I irrigate once a week like you're allowed to. That's it. It's me. I don't understand. I urge you, please follow the developer agreements that we set, they're on record, what we were supposed to pay in city rates. This is ridiculous. I heard from a neighbor that there are 89 homes for sale in Six Creeks. People are fleeing our neighborhood because of these water rates. They can't afford to live there. You're going to lose more people. Lose more people, lose more taxes. I mean, it's a catch-22. Vote no to Resolution 21, 22. Also, look at, I forget the number, the Six Creeks Developer Agreement. Please consider that carefully and honor the agreements that this city agreed to that are on file with the county. And just do what you're supposed to do. Do what you were elected to do. Serve the people of Kyle. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Howard Connell.
Your speech, you read my mind. Would you like to please repeat it again? It's worth repeating. Please, please, please.
Okay, Howard, I need you to look over here, please.
Oh, okay.
And address us. Go ahead. Thank
Howard
you.
Connell for the record. Nope.
No.
Okay. All right. Mayor, council, Mr. Boyd.
Oh, we can't hear you. Quit talking that.
Huh?
We can't hear you.
Oh, you can't? Oh. I'm a real mess tonight. Mr. Boyd, you went through your financials like a surgeon. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. And the one thing I took from your presentation is you're going to hear the truth. And I believe that. I thank you very much. Michael Tobias, you stood up and took your lumps for your decisions. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. I appreciate it. I respect you. Laura Lee, it's already been said about you what needs to be said. Okay. So I want to say real quick, I want to address item number 24 tonight, which is the prohibiting members of city council accepting money from vendors, employees, contractors, and so on and so forth. We have a section in our city charter that deals with the appearance of impropriety. And it says that the mere appearance of impropriety is an ethics violation. So this last election season, we had here Robert Rizzo, $2,000 from Structure Point CEO. And we have Bearheiser under $2,000. Now, even though these are deemed legal contributions, it obviously is a appearance of impropriety since a few nights later, I was here and watched them pass an $850,000 contract upcharge for design services by American Structure Point. I can't remember the exact other contract that was awarded, but there's another one awarded that night. You know, when are words going to start meaning things around here? Words have meanings, and we need to start sticking to those. If we have a lot over here that was designated, given away for a park, that's the first thing I'm looking at. There's no argument. That was the purpose it was given. We need to live by our words. That's how we build trust. And we need a lot more of that around here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, I have Barry Devine.
Hi. Okay, I didn't prepare anything. I didn't know I was coming. I live at 1930 Daisy Lane. And there's going to be a turnabout there, a very large one on Seton. And dumps right into my driveway, along with the back entrance of the Seton Hospital for the ambulances and everyone to get to the emergency. I've lived there 31 years on 5 acres of rural land, and you want to take the front of my property for running wires and pipes and stuff like that. As soon as you take someone's property and make an easement, any and all city employees do exactly what they want to do on it. As I have a 30-foot easement completely down the other side of my 5 acres. So I was surrounded by ranches, living there with my horses, my animals, my grandchild to play with when she comes. And now I'm looking at a huge road going right down the side of my entire 5 acres of property, along with a roundabout taking it. Now we have to deal with Atkins Realis, who doesn't know anything about the city of Kyle or the area. And to be infuriated is, it's not even on the map of infuriation. It has pushed us. We have lived here. I have taught in the school. I have volunteered. I have raised 2 children here. And my other son owns a business in Hays County, still supporting it. I pay higher taxes than anyone that lived next to me. You came in, you bought 2 properties beside me to put the road straight down my entire 5 acres. Would y'all like to have a cocktail with me out on my front porch 100 feet out where the road's gonna go? I'd invite you to have one with me if you'd like. What about when the cars come landing in my property, flying through the air? Now, what am I gonna do this 100 feet out my door? I would like to know. I would like to speak to anybody as this has gone on for months and months and months with no resolve. I have written letters to Atkins Realis that should have been turned over. I have asked the city to purchase my property from me. And I feel it's right, it's fair, and it's just for everything I have given this and what you are doing to us. Now we're old, and we have to live like this.
Okay, up next, I have Vic Allen, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I didn't have a very lengthy speech tonight, but I did want to address item number 20 and 21 and talk about the amount of money that the city is going to be forced to commit to these programs, and also make a comment about Raftellus. I have been, actually I wrote a letter to Raftellus the day after the passage of the new budget. And of course I didn't get a response, but my comment to them was, how can you do a study and not include, the surrounding jurisdictions and the developer agreements? And as the prior person has said to you as well, when the city doesn't honor developer agreements, as you have many, and Pervez is trying to fix that, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure all of you would feel the same way. However, you don't honor agreements, what developers want to come to this town and do anything here? And the answer is none. So all that future planning that you want and all that additional revenue that everyone thought was in the pipeline guaranteed is now dried up. And now you have to deal with the problem and fix it. And if you want it to come back, you have to kind of reverse engineer it and do it the right way and make Kyle the place that you thought it was supposed to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, I have Anita Perez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking tonight in favor of Agenda Item 23. As the City of Kyle grows and land becomes more scarce, we need to recognize the need to plan and preserve the land that the city designated as parkland. Green spaces and parkland are special, and we need to protect them for our residents and for our environment. According to our 2025 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan, many neighborhoods, especially east of 35, lack safe and walkable access to parks. This plan also states that when people spend time in parks, their physical and mental health improves. Further, parks provide opportunities for social interactions and access to nature. Since 2007, the City Council designated the parkland located at Daisy Lane and Beebe Road as Vista Park. This park is also included in our Parks Master Plan. The residents in this area need a park that is walking distance to their home. Parks that are accessible encourage children and adults to participate in physical activities, and they provide a place for residents to gather and enjoy memorable experiences with family and friends. Councilmember Harris, you have always been an advocate for parks and green space. You recognize that parks play a significant role in improving the quality of life for residents. I am here this evening to ask for your highest support, as well as council and mayor, in preserving the 3 tracts of parkland designated for Vista Park. I also want to thank Hays County Judge Ruben Becerra for his vote of responsibility and for listening to the residents' concerns at the last Commissioners Court meeting on May the 5th, 2026. Lastly, I would like to thank our Mayor, Flores Kell, for placing a pause on the proposed Hays building for the lack of public input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, I have Mario Perez.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I want to speak to you regarding agenda item number 23. At the regular City Council meeting held on September 16, 2025, Assistant City Manager Jesse Elizondo informed Council that the City of Kyle initiated Chapter 26 procedures to ensure full compliance with state requirements related to parkland use on the Kyle Vista property that includes approximately 29 acres of land. Chapter 26 of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Code, Section 26.001, states, a city may not approve a project that requires the taking or use of current parkland unless the City Council determines there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the use or taking of such land. Mr. Elizondo stated that there was no feasible and prudent alternative to the use or taking of such land for the proposed animal care facility in the Hays County Administrative Building. However, staff did not provide information to support such finding. Mr. Elizondo provided Exhibit A to the resolution, which consisted of FEMA maps for the 3 tracts of land. I encourage City Council to request documentation or studies from city staff that were used in selecting the preferred site over other locations for both facilities. At this meeting, Council approved Resolution 1909 for purposes of constructing multiple public facilities and amenities. Next, I will address deed restrictions on real property number 173888, number 17384, and number 17390 that were initially dedicated to parkland. These restrictions may be applicable to the proposed projects on these tracts of land. Number one, no commercial operations. No fowls or animals shall be kept on the premises in such numbers or manner to create a nuisance. Number two, residence upon this land shall be of permanent construction, and I do emphasize the word residence. Deed restrictions run with the land, meaning they are attached to the property itself, not the owner, and remain in effect unless they have expired or were terminated by a court. Therefore, not only are the original grantor and grantee liable for their obligations, but so are the successive owners of the property, such as the city of Kyle. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Up next, I have Alicia Palmer.
Good evening. Thanks, Robert, for your excellent presentation and all the hard work and the prior person. I will request that the construction pause on moving forward until the documents Mr. Robert requested is given to the citizen, the residents of Cal, and the opportunity to review and to provide feedback and follow-up. That's my first request. However, in the case of a loophole or worst case scenario, move forward with the planning of building the horrible governmental building. It's a nice design. I looked at the renderings. I am at 100 Maroon Lane, so literally the property would sit in my backyard because it's right beside, I'm at the back end of on the side. So if you look up my address, you will see here's the building literally feet away, a couple of feet, a yard away, where I can sit on my back porch. That is not the thing I anticipated when I purchased the home, my husband and I. We thought it was going to be a park or stay the way it's currently seated. Now, in the event that they move forward with some loopholes or what have you, I had proposed accommodations. One, building a privacy fence, a certain 8 to 10 feet, or trees. Another being, looking at the renderings, flip it, because right now the building is positioned directly in my backyard. However, the park is adjacent to it, so it's like just switch it around. And I know some residents are furious about the precinct having probation office. Leave the probation offices where they currently are, move other governmental offices over there if in need you have to move it. That way the arguments of certain offenders won't be a problem. So I just ask for reasonable accommodations, rotating the master plans of the bill, or the perfect plan would be keep the original plan, which is a park. Leave it like the way it's supposed to be. Now, I look around Cal as I drive through Cal, and I know everything is about money. You want the commercial properties at the corridors of making money in and out, easy access. However, I know that there's still some property where you can put the building, or you can just build onto the current building and build up to where it's currently located. But it's other options to then displacing our promise. And lastly, who decided it had to be there? Where did that come about? Can someone bring me the language? Why was it there? Oh, let's do it there. That just mixed use the space for a slash park, animal shelter slash governmental building. Makes no sense. If you live where I stay, you won't want to see that building. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Carol Dogans.
Thank you.
I knew I'd do it.
Yes. She got it. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carol Dogans, and I live in the Cal ETJ area. Tonight, I'm here to just say something very simple. You didn't just raise water rates, you changed how families live inside their homes. When a household of 2 people receive a bill of $200, $300, $400, that is not a budgeting issue, that is a policy failure. And that failure belongs to the council members who voted yes on this. Because of your rate structure, we no longer make decisions based on what a family needs. We make decisions based on what our water bill will punish. We don't run sprinklers freely, we calculate them. We don't run the dishwasher normally, we avoid them. We avoid it. We don't wash laundry when it's needed, we consolidate it. We don't buy flowers or plants, we can't afford to water them. We don't host guests without bracing for the bill. We don't live comfortably, we live cautiously. And here's the part that makes this even more unreasonable. Our HOA requires us to keep our lawns alive unless there's a drought. Your water rates make watering the lawn financially dangerous. You've created a system where residents are required to use water and punished for using it. This is not responsible governance. This is not community partnership. This is a contradiction you created and have yet to fix. And with annual increases built into this structure, we are left with no viable path forward. We cannot stop watering our lawns. We cannot stop maintaining our home. We cannot stop hosting our children, but we also cannot continue absorbing the bills that punish ordinary living. This is not about conversation. This is not about leaks. This is not about usage. This is about a rate structure that is fundamentally misaligned with how real families live. You made a decision that forced households into survival mode. You made a decision that reshaped daily routines. You made a decision that turned water a basic necessity into a financial threat. Families should not have to redesign their lives around their utility bill. But because of your vote, we have, and it's time for this council to take responsibility for the impact of this choice.
Okay, up next, I have Michael McDonald, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would like to take this time to heartily thank and endorse what Mayor Flores Cale, Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, Council Members Goza and Medina have accomplished so far. It is a breath of fresh air knowing that we have representation on the council who love the city and have our best interests in mind by how they vote. For the first time in many years, we feel like our voices matter, and it does not go in one ear and out the other. Being the type of leader we need, Mayor Flores Cale has not only led the change of course and trajectory that our city was on, but she has made honest, integrity, accountability, and transparency realities, and not just filler words. If you're one of these naysayers who buck against constantly criticize what our mayor is trying to accomplish, I have some questions. Why are you fighting against these virtues? How are honesty, integrity, accountability, and transparency bad things? Are you hiding something? Are you being instructed to roadblock these traits? What exactly is wrong with asking questions and wanting to know what the truth is? Mayor Flores Cale is making open and honest communication between citizens of Kyle and the council cool again. We now know, thanks to those citizens of Kyle and council members who have consistently spoken up and sounded the alarm, our previous Mayor Mitchell and City Manager Langley were not being honest with the citizens of Kyle in their dealings on behalf of our city. Recently, we found out that our city is over $14 million in the red. How did that happen? It seems that our city council were led to believe that we were all right. We had plenty of funds to cover all projects. Don't worry, be happy. Unfortunately, our council was sold a bag of goods that was not as advertised. Could it be that these city staffers who presented items to the city council knew that those items were partial truths and were not being forthright in their presentations? Were they being directed by our previous Mayor Mitchell and or City Manager Langley to leave out very specific truths that could change their intended narrative? I don't know the answers, but I do know this. Honesty, integrity, accountability, and transparency were nowhere to be found when these items were being presented as truths to the council. In the spirit of honesty, integrity, accountability, and transparency, who was involved in the decision regarding the location as well as the construction of the new county building? Why was that location chosen? Why is a parole office to be included in the construction of this building that will sit between two schools? The land that was chosen was originally designated as parkland to be utilized by the citizens of Kyle. We need clarification and truthfulness and truthful answers because there's a lot of confusion swirling about regarding their transactions, and that needs to be answered before any decision is made. Thank you.
Okay, up next, I have Stephanie McDonald, please.
Good evening, Mayor Flores, Kale, and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight. I'd like to ask you to move items 23 and 25 to the top of the discussion. First, I'd like to thank our mayor for doing a stellar job in leading our city. She's always prioritized listening to residents and their concerns. Her quest for accountability and transparency has led to uncovering the $14 million plus budget shortfall. While the deficit is bad news for our city, now that it's been discovered, our city can address it and move forward with a plan to address it head-on and restore a fiscal standing. Thank you, council members Goza and Medina, for all your work toward accountability and transparency and for a listening ear for Kyle's residents. Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, you expressed your feelings about not being given full disclosure in order to vote on agenda items. I know you want what's best for the city, and I'm confident that moving forward, you'll now be given accurate information, ensuring you can confidently vote for what's best for the Kyle residents. Thank you for always taking time to hear our voices. Thank you for immediately taking ownership and accountability for the past. You're a man of character, and I appreciate it. Council members Harris, McKinney, and Zapata, it's time to stop fighting the direction of our city. Councilmember Harris, trying to make this $14 million plus budget deficit to minimize it was unsuccessful, as was trying to blame the reduced revenue. There was no accountability from you. Councilmember McKinney, before trying to blame our finance director for this fiasco, you should have read the city charter. Then you would understand why he didn't approach the council. The council must remedy this by changing the charter. Again, no accountability. Councilmember Zapata, you accusing the mayor of wasting staff's time when she requested relevant city information is absurd. Accusing her of creating a hostile work environment when providing oversight, which is the council's responsibility, allows the residents to see your true motive and agenda. Keep it up. The people of Kyle are watching. Thank you, Interim City Manager Mohit and Andy Alejandro and Holly Holt Torres, as well as the Finance Department team for an excellent presentation. It was both informative and comprehensive. I know it was a huge project. Those that presented were candid and thorough. It's refreshing to see this level of transparency. I cannot thank you enough. Mr. Mohit, I look forward to hearing your ideas that will bring back financial stability to our city. You are here for such a time as this. Council, now is the time for forensic audit. Residents have been sounding the alarm on many issues. I'm so thankful we pushed back on the $161 million sportsplex. We've been concerned about the lack of transparency for years. Now that the truth is coming out, satisfy the residents and provide a forensic audit. Council, please stop the proposal for the East Side Campus County building. We all see that this proposal is not about giving something wonderful to the East Side. This should be used as parkland as it was dedicated. The city's not bringing a library or a YMCA, but a probation office instead. A benefit would be where families, residents, children could gather. Do the residents want to pay their taxes right next door to a probation offices? Not to mention between two schools where kids will be walking by during the day. Again, we understand what the county's trying to do. Don't fall for it, council. The residents are not falling for it. And last, our ETJ residents have been suffering through this outrageous water prices long enough. Please stop this immediately and focus on the emergency. Their heartbreaking stories have been repeatedly told for months. There has to be a solution that needs to be remedied before people lose their homes. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Elizabeth Newberry.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, fellow neighbors, residents of the city of Kyle. My name is Liz Newberry, and I live on the east side in the neighborhood of Woodlands Park. First, I want to take a moment and sincerely thank Councilmember Zapata for responding to an email I sent regarding the continuation of a sidewalk between Cool Springs and Woodlands Park along CR 158. Not only did she respond quickly, but she also explained that the issue actually falls under the county's responsibility, and she has already reached out to them without prompting to help move the process forward. I truly appreciate that effort, and I look forward to hearing what's next. To me, this is exactly the kind of practical community-focused issue our council should prioritize: infrastructure, safety, walkability, and responsiveness to residents. Since I live in your district, Council Zapata, I especially appreciate your taking my concerns seriously. I also want to say that responsiveness matters. I have sent emails to multiple council members in the past, and while I understand not everyone will agree with me, and some may not even like what I have to say, I still believe residents deserve the basic courtesy of acknowledgement that an email was received. I am not asking everyone to agree with me. I am simply asking for professionalism and communication. Unfortunately, some of these emails have been ignored entirely, and that should not happen to any resident. If it continues, I will begin formally reporting those concerns through the proper channels, because elected officials have a responsibility to remain accessible to the people they represent. The next thing I want to address is the city's financial situation. We are in a bad place. I'd like to welcome Mr. Mohit and his team and thank them for being here for us. I am so hopeful, and I appreciate what you are trying to do for us. Many residents are deeply concerned, and frankly, so am I. Our financial condition appears serious, and I believe past decisions made by previous council members and some current members sitting on the dais deserve much closer scrutiny. I have previously asked for a forensic audit, and tonight I am asking for one again. Residents deserve transparency, accountability, and confidence that taxpayer dollars are being handled responsibly. If wrongdoing occurred, then it should be fully investigated and addressed through the proper legal channels. Think formal council members, American Structure Point, all the POCO logos. If you know, you know. My next concern involves the Facebook post made by many city council members. First, I want to apologize to Ms. Zapata for previously stating that council members were prohibited from using their platforms in certain ways under the city charter. I was mistaken about that, and I appreciate the clarification. However, I would still ask this council or the mayor to place on a future agenda item to discuss whether the city of Kyle should establish clear oversight or guidelines regarding those pages. These are all supposed to be nonpartisan positions, yet some public communications have become highly political and divisive. While freedom of speech is absolutely important, public trust is important too. Just because something is allowed does not mean it is beneficial for the community. I believe residents want communication that focuses on city business, solutions, and transparency, not political division. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Up next, I'm going to apologize because the name, I may not say it right. So Tara Bizocchi? Bizocchi. Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening, council, mayor. I'm going to apologize in advance. This was not on my radar for tonight. So regarding item 23, the Kyle Vista Parkland, we moved to Kyle in 2006. 2007, Carrie Urbanowitz, who passed away last year, came to my house, sat at my dining table, and we spoke about Kyle Vista Park. It was presented to us. We have a 3-acre plot. with 2 fence lines on the park. And we said, you know what? It was previously platted by Nestor Development for 40 duplexes. Bring on a park. You know, the city of Kyle needs a park, especially on the east side. He said, okay, well, is there anything that we need to talk about? I said, just a fence, some sort of fence between the two, and we're happy. We'd love to have the city as a neighbor. As time went on, of course, nothing has happened with the park or the parkland. We have heard several different incarnations of what it might be, what development might be happening. Of course, none of that has materialized. I did speak with someone, I apologize, regarding that, and they said, no, it's upcoming. I have found a couple articles in newspapers, even just last year, the year before, where they were talking about the development to happen soon, as in to be done by July of 2027, I believe is what it said. Couple concerns as a resident, longtime resident. Number one, just to have found out about this today, yesterday, when this has been going on since 2025, is concerning. Number two, the proposed use. We have got 2 schools, which we finally have sidewalks so that our kids in our neighborhoods can walk to and from. We finally have a light at the corner of Beebe and Dacey to where it's safe. And now we're going to put a probation office and things like this directly there. Of course, the animal issue, yes. I believe someone spoke before about the deed restrictions on those properties. Those were there when we purchased, and as far as I know, those conveyed to the owners of the property, now City of Kyle. I just ask for a lot of transparency, like you've asked for. This is not something that we really agreed to, wanted, and if there is anything that we need to do to stand up against this, we will absolutely be there.
Well, thank you. Up next, I have Kushi Patel. Kushi Patel. There she comes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kushi Patel, and I live in the 6 Creeks. I'm back here tonight because I saw items 20 and 21 on the agenda, and honestly, it's just really frustrating. I'm a 20-year-old student at UT Austin. Most Tuesdays, I have to completely rearrange my schedule and leave campus early just to make it down here to attend these meetings. Even today, I had to rush straight from driving all the way from Austin and barely made it here on time. And it's just not me. So many people in our community have so many other things going on in their lives, but they are still constantly making time to show up here. Please try to understand how stressful this entire situation can feel for all of us. I'm doing all of this because looking at these numbers tonight just doesn't make any sense to me. The city is trying to approve an extra $340,000 for outside lawyers and another $349,500 for consultants. That is nearly $700,000 of public money being spent just to keep this legal battle going against your own residents over a rate cap that the city itself had published on its website for years. I have been coming to these meetings for months now, over and over again, just requesting some help. My neighbors are still getting unpredictable, massive monthly bills that are really just hard for any normal family to keep up with. Instead of dumping another $700,000 into a lawsuit against the people who live here, why can't that money be used directly to fix the system, maybe lower the water rates and give families immediate relief? We just want to fix this fairly so people can actually afford to come back to town even after being forced to move out, and so our city can keep growing. Please don't approve any more spending, more money on this lawsuit tonight. And can we please try fixing this? Thank you.
Okay, up next I have Tracy Shield.
Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. I'm actually going to change the tone for a moment. This past weekend, I volunteered at the Kyle City Fair. It was a wonderful time. All 29 hours for me. Thank you very much. I want to thank our City Parks Department and Tori. She put on an amazing, amazing fair. The agenda that she had for every area was absolutely amazing. You had a binder. You could see at 11 this was going to happen. This was who was responsible for it and what would, go on. And it was through every day, every hour, every half hour, whatever. It was an amazing spreadsheet, Tori. Thank you so much. The vendors were great. The carnival was fun. The Kid Zone with the crafts, the STEM, and the games. I think the kids had a lot of fun. And, getting everybody out at the same time each night, at 10 o'clock at night on a Saturday night, the music ends, everybody wants to leave. We got them all out. And that's, I think we did a good job. I think my arm still hurt. Lehman, steeplechase, Lehman for the two different lines. But anyway, I just want to thank everybody, the city employees that worked hard all weekend, the volunteers that worked hard all weekend, everybody. The music was great, and I think we just had a great time. And it was good to see our community come together and have fun. Tonight we're a little, but, this weekend we had fun as a community, and we invited others in. There was actually one couple, he lived in, I think, Gainesville, Texas, I was told, and his girlfriend lived outside the state. He brought her home to him, and they drove to our festival, our fair. And I think that's kudos to our city. So thank you very much. And one other just real quick thing, I know Chief's here. We may need to, again, mention our laws in regards to texting and driving. I pulled up next to a girl, and yes, she was young, yesterday. She was texting on her phone, sitting at the light, and I rang down my window and said, hey, you got to stop that. And she's like, the light's red. That don't matter in the city of Kyle, guys. If you're operating a vehicle, hands free. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I don't have any more forms. Would anybody else like to come up and speak? All right. Go. I see two. I see whoever's next. There's no more forms? That's what I like to see. Thank you guys for using them. We'll have Miss Betty Conley come up and speak. I'll just write your name down.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Betty Conley. I'm the president of the Kyle Area Senior Zone. Thank you for all that you're doing for us. I need to thank Mr. Mohit. You have given me so much hope, so much faith for this city, and I know it is going to turn around. And I want to thank this council because it's going to be hard work. It's going to be hard decisions, but we will back you if you listen to us and make the right decisions and move in a different direction, because the direction we have been going in is where we got into the trouble that we're in. But again, thank you, and especially thank you, Mr. Mohit.
All right, up next I have Don Conley.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I just wanted to give a compliment on one thing that happened. On May 7th, Kyle Area Senior Zone held the Senior Expo, and over 500 people attended, and it was a blast. But a compliment came, and yes, I'm addressing you, but I'm addressing the city of Kyle, because we had a vendor that came, and he said he goes every year to Austin to all the Senior Expos, and he said that the city of Kyle was the most welcoming and the most amazing expo he had. So I think the people here welcomed him, and he felt like he wanted to keep coming back. And I just wanted to share that and say thank you again for starting to see that seniors are important, and that, yes, they may be at the bottom of a totem pole that some former mayor had said, but they're the foundation, and they know the history and the stories and the guidance that we need. And to get that compliment from that vendor saying the city of Kyle was so friendly is just amazing. I wanted you to know.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizens' comments. Oh, go ahead. Can you state your name, please? Thank you.
My name is Adam Morales. Real quick, I want to bring attention back to item 23. I live in Sunset Hills. When I found out about this, wasn't too fond of the idea, especially with, being a father, husband. There are a lot of kids that do walk around that area. Again, the high traffic, all the vehicles, all the parking spots, everybody's gonna be going in and out of that building day in, day out. These kids get out, they wanna get home. They can walk from Chapa, they have crossing guards, but even at that, you're still gonna have a lot of traffic, a lot more accidents to be aware of, a lot more vehicles just going in and out. The parole offices, I know this is kind of making assumptions. I don't want to do that, but it does bring awareness saying that there are going to be a lot more criminals that could fall back, and you hear about it in the news constantly. People roll back and they end up doing the same thing that they got thrown in jail for. We want to try to stay away from that. So there are a lot of other areas that I've seen that probably would fit better for this building to be moved to. I would just like to ask that you all take that into consideration, put it more into a commercial area versus a residential area. We have apartments here, we have homes here, we have elementaries, we have middle schools. I don't think this is the best place for this building to be built. So I wanted to bring attention back to that. So thank you.
Okay, one more. Could you please state your name when you come up there? You're good. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ebeth. I live at Sunset Hills. I'd like to speak about item 23. So pretty much my house is going to be, the building that is going to be built will be right behind my house. So I am concerned about the lighting that I'm going to have to be dealing with, the noise, not only with the construction, but also with, the everyday after, the building is done. And when it doesn't come about me, I also wanted to mention the fact that it is near a school. And during the day, I do see, the children coming home from school, walking to our, Sunset Hills community. So they are coming through there. I do see a lot of children during the day. At night, they play outside. And so I am are we supposed to be worried? More concerned about what's in our surrounding areas? Are the children going to be forced to be in their homes more often because of a juvenile center that might be built nearby? And so I guess I was just hoping that you guys would consider either a park or something, less juvenile center-ish. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Come on up. State your name, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Garrett Nicholas. I'm also a resident in the Sunset Hills area. We found out about this pretty recently as well. We have a family history with the land that you're about to build on. My stepfather used to own that land, I believe, the Nemenchek family or Slovacek family. But the idea of putting a probation office right next to within 1,000 feet of one school, which is an elementary school, and 2,000 feet from another is a middle school. Then what nobody else has mentioned tonight, so I don't want to beat a dead horse, nobody else has mentioned that you'll have this gigantic shopping complex that's being built within half a mile of the location that they want to put this. Those people aren't going to be very happy to find that the buildings that they're about to build, nobody wants to go to Barnes & Noble's and know that there's a probation office behind it. And again, not to back off on the last guy, but not everybody that's going to be on probation is going to have access to a car. So some of these people that have to go to their probation hearings and things like that are going to walk. There's sidewalks there. They're legal citizens. They're allowed to walk. But again, and people do fall off the wagon. It's really not a great idea to have people that are going to fall off the wagon walk by an elementary school, walk by brand new businesses that are nice and shiny. It's just poor planning. There's lots of space behind the prison. There's a 2-lane road that goes both ways, whereas Beebe Road and Dacey are both 1 lane with a little light, and we just did all this renovation when we have a lot of road and a lot of space next to the prison, which is already a correctional facility, so they're already kind of familiar with it if they're coming out of that particular prison. There's also the pound that they want to put there when we already have Pound and Kyle, which is where we got our dog. And that same area also has a public administration building and a public administration park that has roads already built and ready to be expanded. It would probably be a lot cheaper as well as more efficient to put them all in that place where it has already been designated, as well as being used for municipal works. That's all. Just wanted to bring that up.
All right. Oops. Do we have anybody else that'd like to speak? Come on up. Please state your name.
Good evening, everyone. I want to say thank you to all who have made it here tonight and expressed their concerns. And I've learned quite a bit. This is my first town hall meeting, so I'd like to say good evening and thank you. But also, there's some things that's being brought to my attention, and I didn't say my name, Eddie Clark, right? All right, so item 23, as the gentleman said, he doesn't want to beat a dead horse. I think I'm going to beat that dead horse. I might have to revive it and beat it again, right? So we moved into Sunset Hills community in 2021. We built in 2020 with the understanding that we'll have the property we have and the vision of the recreational or the land that's going to be behind where we live to be an area of walking, place for children, something of that nature. From what I understand, the gentleman here mentioned that was the vision and that was the plan. And that was also my understanding as well. So we got excited and we built to see that happen. And now I'm understanding, and as you notice, there's a lot of Sunset Hills community people here who actually live that whole strip. You've met about 7 of us already. And we're all going to be a witness to something that appears to be in plan, which I'm trying to understand how it came into plan from what was originally planned until where we are now. So my concern is, one, first, how do we get there? As he perfectly laid out. And if we are there, what are we doing there, right? With the understanding of the school, Sunset, that we have the science hall and then also Chopper. You know, I have 4 children. 3 of them went to those schools. They are now in the military, United States Navy, and there's 1 left. And I do think about that one as well, walking to and from school, or even sometimes it's a bus or staying at the school and so forth. So, and some of the things that is mentioned, now you got me even thinking more like, man, I don't want him walking around that. Or, man, I don't want to be in my house looking out my window and they can see what I got going on in my bedroom as I open the blinds. I might give him a show, right? So these are a lot of things that now you got me thinking about I wasn't thinking about before. So if somehow we can get that, because it appears that everybody has visibility of what's happening in Kyle. I can't imagine them being in this attendance every other Tuesday, knowing that there's something going to be built and not saying something against it, which gives me to believe that this kind of happened without them knowing about it. That's the impression that I get, because I'm sure they would have said something before. This isn't the first time this has been brought up, or is it? And if that's the case, I strongly consider that we put that precinct somewhere else and stick to the original plan that made me want to move to Kyle based off that. And I hope that you all can consider that and also understand that there are some concerns, and it appears that if we're not going to be heard or not taken seriously, that you're going to hear a lot more of this number 23 being brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizens' comments. We're going to go back up to agenda item 1, actually 2, item 1. Consider approval of city council meeting minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve city council minutes for May 5th, special meeting, regular meeting on May 5th as well.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Next up, we're going to have agenda order. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to do the proclamations and then move up agenda item 23, so people don't have to wait. Is anybody opposed to that?
No.
Okay, is there anything else people would like to move up?
Yes, Mayor, if we can move up 20 and 21 and number 25, since they all kind of work in conjunction with each other, after the consent agenda would be great.
All right, so after consent agenda, we are going to do items 20, 21, and 25. And then after the proclamations, we're going to do agenda item number 12.
Can I pull items from consent at this time?
Absolutely, yeah.
Can I pull number 9?
Okay. All right, is there anything else anybody else would like?
I was going to pull the same thing, but thank you, Zapata.
All right, so we'll go ahead with proclamations and recognitions. A proclamation recognizing Hot Car Awareness Month. Item presenter, Claudia Zapata.
All right, so whereas pediatric vehicular heat stroke is one of the leading causes of non-crash related fatalities in vehicles for children under 15, with more than 1,000 lives lost since 1998, and whereas a child's body temperature rises 3 to 5 times faster than an adult's, and death can occur when their core temperature reaches 107 degrees, a threshold that can be reached in minutes, and whereas on a typical 70-degree day, the interior of a vehicle can reach over 115 degrees in just 30 minutes, and parking in the shade or cracking windows does not provide a safe environment for a child or pet. And whereas research shows that these tragedies can happen to any caregiver, regardless of education or personality, often triggered by a change in routine, sleep deprivation, or high stress. And whereas Project Safe Ride, founded by youth advocate Saili Raja, serves as a vital community initiative to empower families with technology and reminders to eliminate these 100% preventable deaths. Therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Claudia Zapata, Councilmember District 3 of the City of Kyle, formally designate the month of May as Hot Car Awareness Month in Kyle, Texas, signed and entered this 19th day of May 2026. And I believe that we have Saili here. Yes, please, if you want to share some information and comments.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and the residents of Kyle. My name is Saili Raja, and I'm a high school student and the founder of Project Safe Ride. Before I begin, I want to ask you a simple question. Have you ever parked your car, walked away, and suddenly wondered, did I forget something? Most of us have experienced that moment. Usually it's something small, a phone, a wallet, or even groceries in the trunk. But for some families, that brief lapse in memory can have unimaginable consequences. That is why I started Project Safe Ride. Project Safe Ride is a youth-led initiative dedicated to preventing hot car tragedies through education, community outreach, and technology. Our mission is to remind families that these incidents are not caused by a lack of love, they're caused by human memory failure, and they are entirely preventable. To support that mission, I created a free mobile app called Project Safe Ride, which sends users a reminder after they park to check their vehicle for children, pets, and anything precious in the back seat. As Kyle continues to grow and more families call the city home, raising awareness about simple safety habits becomes even more important, because sometimes the smallest habits can save the lives we love most. We've done this before. We made wearing seatbelts a habit. We made distracted driving a no. We made getting a designated driver the responsible choice, and we made looking both ways before crossing the street second nature. And in the same way, we can make checking the backseat a habit, every single time. I want to sincerely thank the City of Kyle for recognizing this issue and for helping amplify a message that can save lives. Thank you to my family for supporting me from the very beginning, and to every teacher, mentor, first responder, and community partner who has helped Project Safe Ride grow. This proclamation is more than a recognition. It's a reminder that awareness matters, habits matter, and one simple check can make all the difference. Because no family should ever have to live with two heartbreaking words: I forgot. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this and asking for this proclamation. And I also appreciate the fact that this is framed in a very compassionate manner. My little sister now has 2 under 2, and the sleep deprivation and the high stress can make parents forgetful, not purposefully, not due to lack of love or care or awareness. It's just the circumstances sometimes create these situations. And so I appreciate the compassionate messaging that's surrounding this. I also want to point out that the United States Department of Transportation also recognizes May 1st as Heat Stroke Prevention Day. And there is a website that they have that you can go to find out more information about how to prevent vehicular heat stroke. And it's trafficsafetymarketing.gov. They also provide some stats, like last year, 31 children died because of vehicular heat stroke, and on average, 37 children die per year due to the same cause. So I really appreciate you for bringing this up. And does anyone have anything else to add?
Councilmember Tobias.
Great. My wheels are already turning in my head because this is a great opportunity for you. Which school do you go to, may I ask?
I go to Vista Ridge High School in Cedar Park.
Okay, Vista Ridge. I think this would be a perfect opportunity, if you're interested, and throw it out to the city here, for a PSA and you doing it. You doing a public service announcement for the public, and not only that, you can remind people of drivers of what it is, and not only that, for students of your age who are beginning to drive. Reach out to maybe the driver's ed schools or something like that and present that to them as well. So you can teach the students that are learning how to drive now to start being aware from ground zero and having that recognition. Because yes, it does infuriate me when I sometimes go to the stores and I see a dog there and the car's running or whatever the case may be. And these tragedies do happen, and unfortunately, we might see some throughout the country, and especially in Texas. But I think that would be a recommendation if Councilmember Zapata would be interested in maybe leading something like that with her. I mean, it's just 100%. An idea. It's just an idea.
No, I absolutely love that, and I am a firm believer in like civic education and starting that young, and so I really appreciate you for being so involved and passionate about this.
And then we could put it on our website, on our Facebook, and just do like how we do our videos with everything else. And then if she's interested, she can do something like that, and to remind people that summer's coming and these are important topics too.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilmember McKinney.
Siley, was it? This is just an incredible example of recognizing a problem, and instead of just stopping there, like a lot of people do, doing something about it. That is what moves us forward as a community, as a group, as a people, as a civilization. So kudos to you for taking that step. It's incredible. I have incredible respect for that.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I do want to say I appreciate. Yeah, come on back up here. So you're literally changing lives, right? And so that there's a lot to be said for that. This isn't just an app. It's life saving. And so for that, I have no doubt your parents are proud. And so, sometimes you forget innovation, it still exists. And so to the youth and to
Are you her mom?
everybody.
Come on up.
Oh, yeah, come on up.
Come on up.
Yes.
You did this, Mom.
Get a
You
picture
did this too.
Yeah.
Yes, and
There you go. Yes. So you guys raised one heck of a kid. She's doing things that people. So thank you. Thank you for bringing this and thanking us. Thank you for allowing us to do the proclamation. And if we can get a quick picture, that would be great. Councilmember Gozo.
A while back, there was a phrase that I learned, and it was criticized by creating. And I think that's exactly what you did. You took a problem, and instead of saying, well, somebody else needs to fix this, you came up with that solution, and that is such an amazing thing. You should be so proud of yourself.
Thank you so much.
All right, up next, we have agenda item 4, a proclamation recognizing National Public Works Week. Item presenter, Laura Lee Harris.
Okay.
Council member, sorry.
It's my honor to recognize our amazing Public Works employees tonight. I've been so amazed at their professionalism and their talent, and it's great to recognize them. Whereas Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Kyle, Texas. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of Public Works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential to our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Kyle, Texas, to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year of 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, be it proclaimed that the City of Kyle does hereby designated the week of May 17 through 23, 2026 as National Public Works Week. And we recognize the substantial contributions that the City of Kyle Transportation and Public Works Department make to protecting our national health safety and advancing the quality of life for all of us. Do we have any, I don't see our directors here, any Public Works people out here?
To the right.
Oh, yay. Would you come on up here? You might speak. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. And we have several of your fine Transportation and Public Works staff and leadership here. And thank you so much for the proclamation, and thank you so much for recognizing National Public Works Week. Mayor and Council, I just want to thank you first and foremost for your support for all the great work that our team does. We are so honored to serve the community of Kyle, and we appreciate all that you do for us in supporting us in those efforts. When we talk about transportation and public works, these are the folks that maintain the roads, that fix the roads, that fix the potholes, that maintain your drainage facilities, that maintain their city facilities, that provide your internal engineering expertise for public and private projects, that manage your stormwater drains. So all those things maybe you don't think about every day. We have a whole team of folks that are out there cleaning the streets, sweeping the streets, maintaining our facilities, and making sure that Kyle's operating effectively in that regard. And so, especially on National Public Works Week, I just thank you so much for recognizing our team. I'm so proud of them and the work that they do. And just thank you so much for the recognition.
Would you all come up here for a picture?
But before we come up here, can I say, I too want to say thank you. It's not every department that people get excited to see on their street, but when people know that they're getting their roads done, they get excited. This stormwater drainage, that's so important to keeping our city afloat, literally. And I just want to say thank you to the department, the leadership. I think we're going to do even better things next year. The road bond is always going to be number one, and you guys are, hopefully going to be involved in that. So thank you.
And anyone else would like to speak to that?
Yeah, you guys are the silent superheroes that, when you do everything perfectly, you go unnoticed, right? Like, and when things break down, you guys get on it quickly. I say all the time that you guys make us look good. So thank you for everything you do. You're very much appreciated. Even when it goes unnoticed, it doesn't go unseen.
All right,
If you don't mind, would you gentlemen introduce yourselves? Because I like for the city to know who you are and get your names, because you matter. So if you don't mind coming up, and how many years of service, sir?
I got 5 years here.
Okay.
Next.
My name is Miguel Gonzalez. I live in Post Oak. I got 5 years working in City of Kyle.
Thank you.
My name's Eugene Guzman. I'm the rookie. I just started in March.
Okay. Good. Welcome aboard.
My name's Mikey Melendez, and I have a year and a half here.
Okay.
Andrew Herr, got 9 years.
All right, good. And the supervisors we have as well?
Scott Egbert, and a little over 10 years.
Oh, great. Okay.
Chris Arnold, I'm the Deputy Director of Transportation Public Works. This month actually marks 30 years that I've been in the public works business.
There you go.
So the last 4 years was here in Kyle, and I've got to tell you, I've worked with hundreds of people throughout this business, and this group of guys are some of the most talented, dedicated group of gentlemen that I've ever had to work alongside, so I appreciate every one of you.
Okay, Mr. Trimble, as well, you as well?
Yep.
Yeah, so Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. I've been working in this Transportation Public Works field for about 15 years now. And I can tell you this has been one of the greatest experiences to work here in Kyle. I've been here for about a year and a half. And it's just been amazing. The community is amazing. The team is obviously amazing. And with all the leadership here, you're absolutely right, Mayor. We're going to get a lot more great things done. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is why I wanted at least your group to be recognized, because you do matter in our city. You have names, and you're out there working hard. I know you were in my neighborhood in Kensington not too long ago, and I'll tell you this, gentlemen, there was a little boy that would go outside every day when he see those tractors go by, and he would always get so excited because he sees all these dump trucks and the steamrollers and everything come around. So you never know, you planted a little seed in some little boy's brain that, hey, I might want to do that one day. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have Councilmember Goza.
I had the pleasure recently to have my streets repaved, and I want to comment on what an awesome job the guys did. We had rain in the middle of that, so it kind of extended the project, but it was a very, very quick project. Even beyond that, I went out and talked to the guys, and they were like, well, it's supposed to take us 2 months, and it took them a month from start to finish with a 2-week interval where they couldn't do anything because of the rain. So, I recognize our guys work really hard. That's a very thankless job, being out there in the heat, and especially with those steamrollers and everything. But just all of our public works guys, you do such an awesome job, and thank you for being such an important part of our city.
Councilmember Zapata.
And then I also just wanted to be able, I'm so happy that you all are here, and I'm so thankful for everything that you do, because I know I can just imagine how difficult it is, especially on those hot, sweltering days. And I also just want people to take a look, because when we're talking about our expansion of like our public works facilities, because people are running out of space and they're on top of each other and they don't have everything that they need to be able to perform to the best of their ability here and service our residents. residents. These are the people that we're talking about. So when we're talking about expanding these facilities and we're talking about honoring our Public Works Department, all of that also requires action behind it. And so I just want you all to know that I take that responsibility very seriously in order to honor the work it is that you put into this city and try to give you as the tools that you need and the space that you need in order to be successful. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to take a picture? Yeah. We'll stay up here and you guys can go there. Is that okay? Because I don't think we'll all fit in. Thank you.
They're all taller than you.
I know, even.
There we go. All right, let's see. I got Mayor. Oop.
All right, we're agenda item number 5, a proclamation recognizing Older Americans Month. Item presenter Laura Lee.
That's me again. Let the room clear out a little. And Pam, come in.
Back row, if you want to have some seats, I think there should be some
Yeah,
available.
please sit down. Please feel free.
We have some chairs in the back, in front.
So this particular proclamation is very special to me, and you'll see why. Because it speaks to my status. It's the proclamation on Older Americans Month. Whereas the theme of Older Americans Month 2026 is Powered by Connection, highlights the importance of fostering relationships, building community ties, ensuring that every older adult feels valued and included, and whereas our community benefits when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds come together to support and learn from one another, and whereas the nonprofit Kyle Area Senior Zone creates programs to give seniors purpose, to benefit students and families in need, and to build strong connections to nurture the spirit, strengthen the body, and spark the joy that keeps life vibrant at every age. And whereas the City of Kyle is guided by the Board on Aging through public input to shape our world through wisdom, service, creativity, and unwavering commitment to the greater good. And whereas older adults are the living storytellers of our shared journey, carrying within them the lessons, triumphs, and dreams that inspire us all. I therefore, Laura Lee Harris, Council Member, District 4 of the City of Kyle, do proclaim May 2026 as Older Americans Month in Kyle and call upon all residents to honor, cherish, and connect with the older adults who inspire us to live with purpose, kindness, and hope. Would anyone like to speak to that?
I would, if you don't mind. This goes inside with our great seniors that we have, the CAS, and the wonderful things they do. Yes, you guys do great things, and so I wanted to just recognize your organization that Miss Betty Conley advocates so strongly for. You do, Miss Conley. I'm so proud of you, and especially with this proclamation that she brings forward, because you're always advocating for the seniors in this community. And so thank you very much for all you do in your organization.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, is there anybody else who'd like something to say?
We have.
But we got two.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see.
Councilmember Zapata? Okay.
I just want to say also thank you so much to Kaz for what you do for the community, for the work that you put into this city. I feel like sometimes even our recognition isn't even good enough for how much good you bring to the city. So I just want to extend my heartfelt thank you for that. I worked in long-term care regulatory services at the Health and Human Services Commission and did intake for calls for those living in assisted living facilities and nursing facilities for cases of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And I was sometimes the very first person that these individuals talked to. So this has a very, very tender place in my heart. So I just want to recognize the individuals who also serve those older communities as well. So thank you so much.
All right. I do want to say that although we don't always believe it when we're younger, we will hopefully, if we are blessed, all live to be older. And so, you know, when I attend CAS, when I go talk to our seniors, all I can think about is myself and where I want to be and how I want to be treated when I'm a senior. And so I think our community, our city is headed in the right direction by providing you guys, hopefully, you know, a better place to meet up and to be able to help our community. Because ultimately, that's what you guys do. When you guys gather and you fill a gap, you do things that other people either don't have time to do or may not want to do. So you don't get Volunteer of the Year by staying stagnant. So thank you to our seniors, especially to Miss Betty Conley, who I think is the bee's knees. So thank you very much.
I'm a little closer to fitting this category than I look or would like to admit. No, I love I love the community that we have here and everything that you guys do to provide activities, to provide, you know, just a welcoming environment. You know, I love hanging out with you guys and watching everybody come in. You know everybody by name. I mean, it's just it's a great big family, and you realize that literally within minutes of your first visit. So kudos to you guys and everything you're doing.
Yeah. We have members of both the Kyle Area Senior Zone and the Kyle Board on Aging present. So if you'll come on up, and those of you that would like to represent the organization that are members of both of those, please come on up. We'll do a picture.
Ms. Harris, does that other group would like to say something at the podium?
Would you like to, yeah. Betty, would you like to say something? And Board on Aging?
Yes, I'd love to hear from them.
You see me a lot come up here and say, I'm Betty Conley, president of CAS. Well, this is CAS.
It's some of CAS. We had how many today?
Yeah.
At lunch?
I needed to say, though, it's not just me. I have a wonderful team, a wonderful board that works together, and most of all, the most wonderful members that love to be involved, know that they have a purpose, know that, you know, we're living longer, but we want them to have the dignity towards the ends of their lives. We want to be there for them in every way that we can. So, and that can't work all the time unless we have the businesses, unless we have council and people helping back us up. We can't do it alone as a nonprofit. So I want to thank you.
Do you guys want to get in front?
Hi, Harriet.
Everybody turn side.
You're up front.
All right, great. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, up next, we have agenda item 6, special recognition of the Mental Health Division for Mental Health Awareness Month. Item presenter, Chief Barnett.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police for the record. Thank you for allowing us to take a few moments of your time tonight on your busy schedule to recognize some of our tremendous staff members at the Kyle Police Department. Mental Health Awareness Month offers an important opportunity to raise awareness, reduce stigma, and educate the public about the importance of mental health while promoting understanding, empathy, and access to resources for individuals living with mental health challenges. Mental health is a fundamental aspect of the overall well-being, and mental health challenges affect individuals and families across all communities, impacting emotional, psychological, and social functioning. The Mental Health Division of the Kyle Police Department, including the dedicated officers and clinicians of the Kyle Police Department, play a vital role in providing support, care, and resources to the individuals experiencing mental health crises, ensuring that they receive the necessary assistance that they need in a timely manner. The commitment of our Mental Health Division of the Kyle Police Department is critical in ensuring that people facing mental health crisis are treated with dignity, respect, and compassion, and that they receive the proper care and support that they deserve. Since the start of the fiscal year, October the 1st, the Kyle Police Mental Health Team has responded to 488 calls for service involving some sort of mental health crisis or concern for our citizens. The team has also conducted over 300 follow-ups with citizens after receiving treatment to ensure that they receive all the services necessary and to make sure that they and their families have the information and the care and the treatment plans that are planned for them. The mental health team has also worked tirelessly to create and conduct training for our officers, in-service training, assisting with local police academies in teaching the efforts of the mental health blocks, and co-teaching with heads of the state CIT teams to present mental health officer classes. The Kyle Police co-response model is being acknowledged and recognized by agencies all across the state of Texas, from Greenville, Texas, all the way down to Port Lavaca, covering a wide array of our state. These folks want to know how our program works and why it is so effective and so efficient. The Kyle Police Mental Health Team has a deep passion for their work. You've seen them before speaking before you about their job and their performances. They provide the citizens of Kyle with the very best opportunity for well-being and access to all available resources. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and this is your mental health team. To my left, you'll see Sergeant Timothy Owens, Mental Health Officer Matthew Leathers, Mobile Crisis Care Coordinator Christine Dalton, and Mobile Crisis Care Coordinator Genesis Villagomez, and missing tonight, but also on the team, is Mental Health Officer William Orr. And let me tell you, as a chief, I'm extremely proud of the services they provide to our community and to our staff, and they're serving you very well, and they're providing a much needed and very valuable service to our community, and they are making a very positive difference. And thank you for recognizing them and Mental Health Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have Councilmember Lorley Harris.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you to our team and to you, Chief, for this outstanding division. As 10 years director of the Mental Health Association in Tarrant County, we started the mental health and criminal justice program that included officer training, on-site assistance from mental health professionals with MHDD, and follow-up services, as well as a diversion court, from which our diversion court here is modeled. I also was director of, at that time, of the long-term care ombudsman program. So both of the things I recognize tonight were absolutely and still are crucial to me. Those officers put their lives on the line every time they go to a call for mental health. But with appropriate training, we find that not only are their lives safer, but the lives of the people with serious mental illness that they are impacting and the families are much safer and do so much better in the community. So I'm real proud of the continuum that we now have for Hays County and mental health care.
Okay, anybody else? Councilmember Zapata?
I don't know if you can jog my memory, but I believe it was not that long ago that we got awarded a grant, if I remember in particular, and I think that just speaks to the success of the division and how much care and thought and effort and time is put into making sure that we are servicing our residents in the best way possible with compassion. And I really, really appreciate you bringing this forward because I think the work that you all do is so fundamental, and I feel sometimes it goes underlooked. So I'm glad that y'all are getting your flowers this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I myself would like to say thank you. Having a department like this helps break stigma. You know, it's tough when, especially, I don't want to be sexist, but for men, you know, there's a stigma that you guys are supposed to be big and tough, and you're not allowed to have these feelings and emotions. And so the fact that we have people who are trained to handle those kind of situations is a huge deal. I mean, don't get me wrong, strong women are that way too, right? We can do it all. We can raise a family, we can go to work, we can not raise a family and do it all, but you know, there is a breaking point for every single body. And so it is refreshing to know that there is someone here in the event that you know, our residents experience that, or anybody coming through Kyle experience that we have a great team. And so I extend my heartfelt thank yous to you guys. Do you want a picture?
Yes, if you don't mind. Please,
Absolutely.
that would be great.
Let's
Thank
do
you.
it.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, thank you.
You bet. All right. Up next, we're going to move up agenda item number 23. All right, agenda item 23, consider directing the city manager to bring back a presentation on the history of the Kyle Vista property, including the acquisition of the property, the plans for the property, and the resolution approved on September 16th, 2025, determining that the property must be taken for construction of public facilities and amenities. This is going to be presented by myself and Councilmember Goza. And I will begin, and then I'll hand it over to Councilmember Goza. Tonight is not about politics, it is about public trust. When a community believes land has been preserved for parks, recreation, open space, and future generations, the responsibility falls on government to move with clarity, honesty, and transparency before that land is considered for another purpose. The questions before us tonight are important because they speak to the very foundation of good government. Was the public fully informed? Did the notices clearly explain the intended use of this property? Were alternatives seriously explored? Were all legal requirements under Chapter 26 and our city charter properly followed? And most importantly, did this council and the community receive the openness they deserve before decisions involving public land were made? For years, residents have known this property as parkland. Prior city actions appear to recognize it as parkland. Previous Chapter 26 proceedings treated it as parkland. Public outreach connected to our park master planning efforts identified it as parkland. Because of that history, it is entirely reasonable for both this council and the public to ask what changed, when it changed, and how were those decisions made. Through public discussion, questions from residents, and ongoing research, several concerns have emerged. One concern is whether the agenda language, public notices, and Chapter 26 resolution clearly disclose that this proposed use involved a governmental office campus, and whether both the public and the city council were fully informed about the true scope of the project before action was taken. There are also concerns regarding whether all Chapter 26 procedural requirements were fully satisfied, including notice requirements, the structure of the public hearing, the evaluation of all feasible alternatives, and the findings necessary to justify the use of land that may qualify as protected park property. I am particularly concerned that the public hearing was conducted concurrently with the vote itself. Chapter 26 requires notice and hearing prior to approval, which raises legitimate questions about whether the process met both the spirit and the legal requirement of the law. Additional concerns exist because the city's own prior actions appear to recognize Kyle Vista as protected parkland, including 2 previous Chapter 26 actions in 2015 and 2016, and identifying the property as Kyle Vista Park. That raises further questions about why the property was later treated differently despite prior proceedings and public planning efforts acknowledging it as parkland. Questions have also been raised regarding whether approval by resolution rather than ordinance complied with Section 4.06 of the Kyle City Charter, particularly if the action effectively altered the use or status of public park property. There are also concerns regarding the memorandum of understanding between the city and Hays County, which appears to have expired under its own terms upon the seating of a council member to fill an expired term, and what effect that expiration may have moving forward. Finally, deed restrictions identified during deed review raises additional questions regarding whether the contemplated governmental campus, which would be similar to City Hall and our police facilities, is compatible with existing commercial and animal-related restrictions tied to this property. These are not minor issues. They deserve careful review, open discussion, and complete transparency. Because public trust, once lost, is difficult to rebuild. And when government makes decisions involving land that belongs to the people deserve more than assumptions. They deserve answers. And with that said, I will hand it over to Councilmember Goza.
Thank you, Mayor. You have brought up most of the points that we've had, but let's talk about the people. The people there that are now finding out about this are upset. They don't want the property used for that purpose. They don't want to hear the barking dogs. They don't want to potentially put up with the smells that might come from it being an animal shelter. They deserve transparency. They deserve us giving this another look and ensuring that this is the right fit for our community. All of the things that you've referenced are all legal things, but the people should take precedence even beyond those. And so that's why I feel it's important to have a full dossier come back and review what our options are and if these things were even correctly done.
All right, does anybody have any questions? Councilmember McKinney?
I'd be very surprised if you had any opposition on this, unless anybody wants to argue it. I motion to approve.
Second. I have a motion on the floor and a second by myself. Is any other discussion?
I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this back, actually. I was sick at the last meeting. I had bronchitis and laryngitis at the same time, so if you overheard me through the intercom, I was dying at home. And so I apologize for my cough today. It's a leftover from it, but I just want to say thank you for bringing this back.
Of course. Councilmember Tobias?
Yes, real quick. I'm in full of supporting this measure, and I want to thank the families that we saw yesterday that we've reached out to in person, and those from Sunset Hills that I tried to get as many people responded. Again, this is not about politics. This is trying to verify the exact land that was deeded to the city. And there's also information that we're hearing from some of these residents that during that back time that they were offered donations of parcels of their land for this park use. So it's something that we just need to really narrow down and just come to grips to see how much of this is binding. And again, this is through past councils, past city administrations, and it's just a matter of getting all our paperwork straight. Because there's other areas in our city that I have questions about as well, not just this, but I'm full in support with this.
Thank you. So I want to make sure that staff is understanding of the information that we're looking for. Is that information that you guys would like right now? How would you guys like to dissect, our speech and what we spoke about?
So, Mayor and Council, I think we're clear. We hear you clearly. We heard the citizens speak before you clearly. So we will go back and put together a report. We'll come back and present as a report. We'll just lay out the facts, the history, what actions we have taken, and y'all decide where you want to go next. If that's okay with you, we'll go back with the help of City Attorney and Assistant City Manager Jesse Elizondo. We'll research, come back, report to you.
Okay, thank you. And I know the resident, Robert Hunter, gave, I believe, the city secretary a notebook full of information. If that could be scanned in and sent to council as well, that would be fantastic. And I want to thank everybody who stayed late. I know it's 9 o'clock and I was really hoping to get this here before now, but thank you for your time. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for speaking, and thank you for listening. So,
Can I say one more thing, too? I would also ask for you to write to your commissioners, because the actual, what goes on top of the land, like the building itself, all of that is determined by the commissioner's court. And so in that precinct, that would be Commissioner Inglesby and Commissioner Cohen Gutierrez. So I would highly recommend reaching out to them. Judge Ruben Becerra had some really great questions on the Commissioner's Court the last week when this was brought up. So I really, really recommend folks watching that too, because he had some very, very great questions that I think align with your interests and our interests as well. So just want to throw that out there too.
okay. Councilmember Harris?
I'm all for this action. I would really like to see that brought forward. I was on the council when we were discussing this for a couple of years now. Councilmember McKinney and Councilmember Tobias were also on that committee. So very aware of what was going on with that particular action. I just want to mention to those, I heard a number of comments that they were concerned about probation. I happen to live within 3 minutes of walking distance from the current offices that handle this for this area of the county on 2770. And it's right next to 3 schools, Lehman, Live Oak, and Barton Middle School, and they're ball fields. So it's right next door to there. They have had 0 instances, nor have we had any instances in our community of issues with probationers. So I would like to set your minds at ease that has not been a problem. Right now, all of them are coming to my neighborhood, and I have no objections to that because they simply have not been a problem. So I'm really looking forward to having a discussion about this. It was, I think, well discussed in the last couple of years, but it would be good to have a review of that since we have a number of new council members, and it seems like the citizens really didn't hear or understand what those discussions were being conducted were. It was not a surprise to me that we were bringing this forward, so I'm kind of surprised that it's a surprise to the citizens, but I'm delighted to go back into the detail on this, and especially the history of the land, and any restrictions on that will be very, very helpful. So thank you.
So to clarify, it's Hayes, not Lehman,
Lehman.
Hayes and Barton.
Hayes High School, yeah, I'm sorry.
And,
Hayes, Barton, and
Lehman's
Live
on
Oak.
east side. Yes, it's okay. Thank
I'm
you.
just a little confused.
I am going to address that because that's the feedback I've received online is, oh, it's over by Barton and it's never been a problem. And I'm like, let's not repeat bad behavior. I don't approve of that either. I wouldn't want to see the truth of the matter is it could only takes once. And so I don't want to sit down and wait. And I certainly don't want to build a building setting that up for the future. So I respect the fact that it's there and there's not been an issue, but moving forward, my job as an elected official is to protect our youngest residents, and I will speak up every time, and I will continue to do that. I mean, if I could move the probation offices from Barton, I would try to do that as well. So with that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We will let you guys know whenever it gets placed back on the agenda. I'll contact Mr. Hunter, and then we'll give you guys a heads up. So thank you. All right, we're going to go back to consent. And it looks like agenda item 9 was pulled. So if I can make a motion to approve agenda items 7, 8, 10, and 11.
Second.
Okay, Okay, I got a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. I have agenda item 9 was pulled by Councilmember Zapata and Mayor Pro Tem Tobias. That's consider approval of task order number 26001 to Tetra Tech in the amount of $165,798 for the design of pedestrian crossing treatments at Veterans Drive and Great Drive at FM 2770 and Jack Ryan and at Daisy Lane and Chapel Middle School. Item presenter Rivali, Assistant Director of Traffic and Transportation Management. Oh, it's
Well, I think
Mike Trumbull.
yeah, I think Raleigh's making her way down
Okay.
here, so I'll go ahead and get started on the presentation, and then I'll let her take over because she's the expert. So, a little bit of project background. 3 intersections have been identified as high priority. There she is.
I know.
I apologize. Good evening, everyone. All right, did you all want me to go through the slide deck or, okay. Okay, just give me a second. I am not used to running. Okay, so this item pertains, let me backtrack a little bit, pertains to pedestrian crossing treatments at 3 locations within city limits. As you can see here, the 3 locations are Veterans Drive and Gregg Drive, which is adjacent to Wallace Middle School, FM 2770 or Jack Ryan. This might take me a minute to catch my breath. No, I'm okay. Thank you. FM 2770 and Jack Ryan, which is adjacent to Jack C. Hayes High School. And then the last one is Daisy Lane at Chapel Middle School, which is adjacent to Chapel Middle School. And the intent or the objective of this project is to provide design services for enhanced pedestrian crossing treatments at all these 3 locations to facilitate pedestrian mobility and to minimize pedestrian vehicle conflict and prioritize pedestrian safety. Before I dive into which location is getting what kind of pedestrian crossing treatment, just to give you guys some examples. So the photo that you see there on the left is of a pedestrian hybrid beacon system, or PHBs, as we refer to them typically. You probably have seen them a lot in Austin. Austin tends to use them quite often at different locations because they're relatively quick to deploy and they're only activated if there's a pedestrian that pushes a button. Otherwise, they just stay blank. There's also the other system. This is, to my knowledge, I've seen a lot of these installed in City of San Antonio. They're very similar to PHBs. They're called overhead flashers. And TxDOT primarily uses them because there are locations that have very specific criteria that TxDOT needs to be met. So when those criteria are not met to install a PHB system, TxDOT reverts to the overhead flashers, usually with some kind of a refuge island in the middle. And because these are TxDOT roads, the median islands are intended to provide that refuge so that it can be a 2-stage crossing. With that said, so Veterans Drive and Gregg Drive, I'm sure you're familiar that this location currently does have a flasher system. It's somewhat like an RFB, or a rectangular rapid flashing beacon system. And the challenge with this location that we've observed during site visits and following traffic study is that the flashers are just not as visible as they could be. There's also no illumination at this location, as you can see from that street view image there on the top. The pedestrians typically do have to wait a long time to cross the street even after pushing the buttons because the system that's there now is just not catching drivers' attention, especially because they're all trying to get through the intersection during commute hours. And the right turn lane that's there also does not have any kind of crossing mechanism to be able to stop vehicles. So that's another concern that was observed is drivers do have to be paying attention and actually choosing to yield to pedestrians as opposed to having something more enhanced to allow that conflict to be reduced. There's also no illumination on that corner of the intersection as well to facilitate visibility, especially we've heard this concern from residents and just drivers too. During the daylight changing times of the year, that becomes more of an issue because we are all adjusting to losing an hour, and we're not at our best with our judgment and all that too. So the second location, oh wait, I skipped over this, I'm sorry. So all this is existing conditions. What we're proposing to do at this intersection, and we did go through the process with TxDOT to make sure that they were on board because Veterans Drive is a TxDOT facility or roadway. So we are intending to replace the existing flasher system that's here with the PHBs. So the visibility is going to be enhanced that much more because there will be overhead mast arm mounted pedestrian hybrid beacons that will activate, and they'll go in that sequence where they'll start flashing yellow, flashing red, and then go to that solid red. So that way, we see red and we associate that with the full stop as drivers because that's what we're programmed to do. So it will be a much safer location than it is today, and it met all the required warrants that TxDOT needed. In addition, we're also including in the design scope and eventually construction to add illumination as well at this location to help with both driver and pedestrian visibility. And it will be focused at the intersection. That's what the scope includes currently. Now moving on to the other location, and I know I've heard this even before I started with the city here, is FM 2770 and Jack Ryan. So basically in that yellow rectangle area that you see there, right in front of the Hayes High School, there's a lot of students that are either parking in that neighborhood or getting dropped off. There's probably, I did the site visit myself a year and a half ago, and I want to say there's at least 90 to 95 children crossing there, especially at pickup time. So that's one concern, is the amount of students that are jolting across FM 2770, which is a TxDOT roadway, so it is posted at a higher speed. It is within the school zone, but drivers do tend to kind of fly through there. There's also no existing crosswalks anywhere along that high school frontage on 2770. So we can't really funnel the kids down to an existing crossing. They're just too far out. In addition, the way the high school driveways are tying into FM 2770, there's just not an obvious location for the students to be able to cross in one location. So they kind of just all cross within that yellow rectangular area because they don't really have an obvious location to funnel to. And also there's no sidewalk on either side of 2770 through here, and there's no illumination. So with this proposed scope, which again, we had to go through the TxDOT motions, go through TxDOT district, which is why this took a while to get us here, is we are intending to add the overhead flashers. So that's, if I go back a few slides, that's this image right here on the right. And when I had mentioned that, for the PHBs to be installed, it has to meet certain criteria. Because of the normal operating speeds here, we did not meet the necessary criteria to be able to install PHBs. So TxDOT only gave us approval to install the overhead flashers. But with that, we will be looking at installing a Z crossing. So very similar to this image here with the median, where it can be a two-stage crossing, and we will have activation options in the median as well. So if kids choose to cross in two steps, that they're not stranded in the median trying to get across. And the reason that we were asked to do the Z crossing with TxDOT is they've got data across the state that shows that sometimes the two-stage crossing gives drivers and pedestrians time to kind of take it in steps as opposed to having to rush across the street, especially given that this is a pretty wide cross-section that they would have to cross. In addition, we're also looking at adding sidewalk based on where we end up putting the crosswalk location. We don't have that determined yet. That's what the consultant is going to help us with. So we will be including sidewalk as well to make sure that there's connectivity between Jack Ryan, Carmelo, and then the high school entrance, the main entrance, basically. And then we'll also be looking at adding illumination at the crosswalk location only at this time. So those are all elements included in the scope.
So where is the light going to go exactly? I know it's within that yellow box, but do we have any ideas?
No, not yet. We that is one of the items that we'd asked the consultant to help us determine. So there'll be kind of like a site investigation and feasibility to make sure that we're finding the optimal location that meets the pedestrian safety considerations, that also doesn't conflict with the turning maneuvers in and out of the high school driveway. Also is taking into account some of the environmental features that's there, because it's just open drainage system through there right now. So there's a lot at play, and it'll be somewhere in that rectangular area. I do not have an exact location at this time.
May I make a suggestion when you're doing the survey? To do it, of course, morning, afternoon, and especially at night. So if anybody has ever been to a Hayes High School football game, or when Lehman, and especially when you got San Marcos comes in, our biggest rival, it gets packed, and you got cars that park on that grass. And I've seen many times, you only have about 2 or 3 deputies out there that are directing traffic, but people are running across the streets trying to dodge the traffic on that end. So when you're doing that survey, would there be able to see how well it would be lit at night, so that way you can have a deputy that does like a crossing guard to where they press the button and then they go across on that end. So I was hoping it'd be a PHB, but if it's not, then something to look at those factors of day, night, and especially evening, to where how well it would illuminate to get that. Because I know football games brings in big crowds, and people park on that side in the grass, and it'd be hard for them to. I've seen lots of near misses through my years of going over there. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you go closer to the stadium, I drive this like every day. My daughter goes to that school. So the kids are just walking throughout the whole area. So if you could put it more, I guess it would be south. That's just my recommendation, because going north, because going south, that's where they have the crosswalk already. And then you also have the parking lot. That's a big place where kids walk, because there's a crosswalk inside that parking lot as well. And so a lot of kids go that way. But I want to say thank you. I brought the same exact item to council in 2023. And it was, at the time, I called it the Beacon Hawk. And it went across, and I was so bummed that for some reason they didn't go with it, but this is literally everything I could have dreamed of. So thank you. I love the fact that you've already got TxDOT on board. That takes, that's half the battle. So I am super excited and super proud of everything that you're presenting to us. It's already done, and so I'm pretty excited.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, and that was one of the challenges that delayed us in getting to this point, is making sure that TxDOT was on board before we even started design, because we didn't want to go down that path if there was going to be any non-starters. Like PHB was a non-starter with TxDOT. So, but I do want to give TxDOT area office here a shout out, because they were very helpful in being our voices at the district level to make sure that their district traffic folks signed off on this.
Was there a reason why they chose not to go with that? It seems more modern, especially in that area. Is it just because of the width of the road? Because I guess you said that there would be a medium, or
I think it's a speed limit.
Speed limit
yeah,
issue?
So we had to do an operating speed study, and I know we talked about it a little bit at the last item, because I had a TxDOT frontage road speed limit setting item. So we had to do that same operating speed study, and the prevailing speeds through this stretch of 2770 or 45 to 47 miles an hour outside of school times, because during school times we do have the school zone flashers that restrict speed to a lower limit. So that is a factor in TxDOT determining what the most appropriate pedestrian crossing treatment is, which in this case, we started with nothing, and we were ending here. Again, thanks to the area office for being our champions with the district.
Yeah,
So
and when were those conversations initiated with TxDOT?
it was, this was one of my projects before I started working with the city, so at least a year and a half ago.
It's been years.
Okay.
It's been
Yeah.
years.
Yeah. And
Before I got on council.
Yeah, and then I pulled this agenda item because I also wanted to, with the PHBs, with the timing of that, is there a way in which we can elongate that timing? I'm thinking especially where our younger children are. They take a little bit longer to, cross the street, sometimes can't take as large of steps. So I just want to make sure that the timing on that adjusts for that. And then for the median, I know that for regular refuge islands, the standard width is about 6 feet. But I'm not sure how that adjusts or what TxDOT might require in terms of what that median width is. But because of the large influx of students, if we could try to aim between like 8 to 10 feet would be preferred to hold the most amount of children. So they're also not just like standing chest to chest with vehicles as they're passing by. I think that would be better for their safety as well. And then I also had questions about the PHB crossings as to whether or not they also had the speaking out loud, like the audio.
The audible.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, to the ped walk and clearance times, that's something that we factor in based on the type of users that are going to be there. So if it involves students or seniors that tend to have slower walking speeds than normal adults, then we do factor that into how much time we're giving them. There's also the audible elements. That's standard at any new infrastructure that we install because of the ADA requirements at both federal and state level that we have to meet anyway. So we will absolutely have that audio-visual element as well. And TxDOT minimum is 8 feet from having worked on other projects with them. So we will minimum have 8 feet. Obviously, the wider we can make it, that's what we're going to aim for. But we do have to factor in the fact that there is travel lanes through there, and then TxDOT has shoulder requirements and all of that too. But our goal is to achieve at least 8 feet of median width.
Okay, good. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't that 6 feet minimum because that to me would be really scary to have our children stuck on that 6 foot median.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, Councilmember, Harris.
Could we go back, since we're going to discuss them one at a time apparently, could we go back to the one before? I wanted to say that I'm delighted that that's going to be the enhanced signals at that. And I wanted to thank the department for the changes they made on Blanco, because we had parents from hometown talking about how very difficult that intersection is for their kids, especially going to Kyle Elementary. And now it's so much safer for them on Blanco, a little inconvenient for those of us that use Blanco at other hours. But it's also better when school is letting out too, because it used to be traffic coming from all directions to pick up the kids, and all the lanes were blocked. So this is a great enhancement, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely. And I do want to do a little plug there. I think the type of installations that you've seen on Blanco or at Burleson and Spring Branch with the left turn channelization, those are all items that we will be looking at a citywide scale with the FHWA Safe Streets for All grant that we got. We're just going through the motions with the federal government right now. But once we get the grant agreement executed, which will come to council at some point for your authorization, we will be looking at doing things like that across the city because they're quick deployment. Our in-house staff can handle it. We don't need to go through a whole engineering design process to do it. So those are all definitely items. And it's good to hear that you guys are supportive of it because, yes, drivers are sometimes inconvenienced, but it's finding a balance between all of our different road users, especially our little ones. So.
And I just want to give you a compliment. I've worked on several projects now with you. The compliments from our citizens about you are so gratifying. They all talk about how well you listen, the creative solutions you come up with, and your explanations to them. So thank you very much for your presence with the public. They appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
And definitely not a one-person show here. I mean, half of the people that were at that Public Works proclamation, they're all constantly getting harassed by me to get things implemented out there, and they are very supportive of all of my crazy out-of-the-box ideas, so.
Well, those crazy
Team
out-of-the-box ideas are ideas we've not really seen in Kyle, and they look different to some people. They don't understand them for a while. A good example of that is the speed table on Sanders is constructed differently from the speed tables we normally see. But boy, does it work. So one of the comments when it was first put in by one of the citizens was, that's not going to work, that's worthless. It's like, oh no, I live right there. I see those cars slowing down, and they really do. It enhanced the visibility for all those kids crossing right there at Sanders. And it's been great. So thank you for your creative ideas.
Absolutely. Okay,
the next one.
Okay. So the last one on the list here for tonight is the crosswalk that has an existing RFB system on Daisy Lane along Chapel Middle School frontage. So as you're all aware, there's no pedestrian crossing signal there. There are the RFBs, the rectangular rapid flashing beacons. There is limited illumination at the current crossing location because we do have solar powered lighting on the RFB poles themselves, but they're not directly powered through a power supply source, so the reliability tends to be shoddy. And the apartment entrance across the street from Chapel Middle School also poses some challenges because we do have students from there trying to get across Daisy Lane, and they are crossing at a few different locations and along that frontage, and maybe not necessarily at the crosswalk location. And again, you guys know this already. There's no sidewalk on the east side of Daisy Lane there in front of Chapel Middle School. So those are some of the elements that we're looking to improve through this project. But the first phase being design services is adding the PHBs with, especially with this location because of the operating speeds and the roadway curvature. We had already talked to the consultant about adding advanced flashers as well that are going to be interconnected with the PHB. So when the PHB is activated, the flashers will go on to say stop when lights are flashing, so that drivers have that advanced notice as they're approaching the crossing location. We're also going to do a dual detection system here, again, because of the location and the operating speeds, which is to have the push button option if that's what pedestrians are choosing to use, but then also have a no interaction detection option, which is thermal detection. So it senses the pedestrian presence there, and it will activate the PHBs automatically. And that's something, again, that TxDOT has deployed in other locations. So it's not like we're piloting new technology here. It's being used elsewhere in this region, essentially.
If I could just have just a little intermission real quick on that. I just want to let council know, we had a meeting with Brian Langley and the superintendent's emergency coordinator and also Miss Walsh about this area, because when that road finally opened up, that became the Daisy Lane Speedway. And people were, I think one APD may have clocked somebody going, 75 there once during school zone. And that's how crazy it got. And we had nearly a crosswalk late, and she was there. She got hit. She quit the next day because it terrified her. And it got that dangerous. And we had that meeting. I remember that. And then 2 weeks later, I'll never forget, one of the most stressful day I ever had was on Thursday, October 30th, 2025. I was at a doctor appointment, and I had 5 missed calls from Miss Walsh, the principal. She said a 15-year-old boy got hit right at that intersection and pushed her little sister out of the way. And he got hit and was sent to the hospital, and the little girl was injured as well because it was just very dark there. And I saw the video. I saw that child fly in the air. And so that really stressed me out even a lot that day. And it was brought to also Commissioner Cohen's direction as well, and she worked with us on this as well. But I'm just glad now we are finally getting to this phase. And Ms. Walsh sent me a message today. Big lights, it doesn't matter, I don't care. Just make sure that they are big red lights for people to stop. And she thanks you as well for the hard work you did. So I'm in full support of all three of these.
Will this have the median on it in between? Because it's a pretty wide street.
We can evaluate the feasibility of that. Right now, we just haven't gotten into that level of detail for this particular location, but I can certainly make a note and have that conversation with the consultant. One thing we had discussed with them is potential to maybe move that crosswalk slightly north or south, because where it is right now is directly in front of that apartment driveway, and that does kind of creates unnecessary conflict that I think can be avoided, but we can certainly look at the median as well.
And I think we had that conversation, because if we moved it up north, remember right where the entrance for the apartment was?
Yes.
There's also the turning lane into Amberwood.
Mhm.
I think we had actually mentioned about either making that a street light
right.
with the pedestrian there, or a stop sign to where we could slow people
Mm-hmm.
down. So if that consideration's there, I'm full support of that, because it just makes more sense moving it a little bit more up. I mean, if the kid, I know some of the students go, oh, man, I got to go all the way up to the top of the curb there. Yeah, well, these kids walk all the way down from Science Hall to there, and these middle school kids are like, oh, man, I got to go a couple more yards, and why can't I just go right here? And don't run across the street. You know, they're junior high kids, but still, that could be an ideal spot if
Yeah,
that
and
might work.
we will be evaluating options to make sure, because we don't want to tell the kids, here's where the crossing is, cross here. We want to try and cater to what their existing crosswalk patterns are. With pedestrian crossings, those tend to have the highest success, not telling people where to go, putting the infrastructure where they're going already. So that's something that we are very aware of for this location especially. But sidewalk is another thing that we're looking at to make sure that we are having connectivity both on east and west side, so we're not just dumping them into an area that doesn't have sidewalk on either side. And then, of course, illumination that's AC powered or directly powered from like a PEC power source as well at the crossing location.
I had a question. Why is the thermal detection pedestrian sensing here but not where Wallace is at?
The main reason that we'd selected thermal detection here is because we already are aware of non-compliance from pedestrians not being able, that unfortunate incident that Mayor Pro Tem Tobias mentioned. It happened around that daylight savings time when that transition was happening, or right before then. The crossing guard was just getting on shift. They hadn't started yet. The children that were crossing hadn't activated the push button, so it hadn't activated the RFB. So the driver going southbound, I believe it was, didn't see them in time to be able to come to a stop.
The crossing guard
So-
was walking out with that, because we didn't have things set up, and
Yes,
that's what it
I think
was.
so. My question then would be, wouldn't it be the more proactive approach then as well to add the thermal detection pedestrian crossing over where Wallace Middle School is as well? Because the reason that it seems like that got triggered is because a child unfortunately got hit by a car, and I just don't want us to neglect Wallace Middle School as well.
I mean, we can certainly take a look at it. It does tend to add to the cost slightly. I know that's not a reason to not do it, but we can certainly explore both options. And then when we come back with the construction contract, present that as an option, and then you, council members, would then get to choose. So,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So I just have I want to say these are all great things that we're doing to keep our kids safe. It's very important because we do have a lot of kids and a lot of schools here in the community. One question I would have that I would have to ask on behalf of my neighbors on the east side in Post Oak, this not being on the list, we have Wallace Middle School who, despite reaching out to the principal, despite reaching out to transportation, Wallace Middle School drops off their late bus students in the Tobias parking lot. So you've got middle school students then crossing in the dusk hours to come home to Post Oak with no no crossing guard. What would our neighbors there need to do to look at something like this happening for their children in the future?
I mean, 311, email me directly, email anyone in Public Works. Anyway, I mean, that's how some of these started, was literally just a 311 request. It may take us a while to get there.
Of course.
Because again, FM 150 is a TechStart roadway,
Right.
so probably looking at a long lead time there, but certainly something that we can look at. And obviously, we'll be bringing back any items that require council approval to you all, because funding is a real conversation
course.
as well. But absolutely, we can take a look at it. There's nothing limiting us from looking at it, something like this at other locations, wherever they are within city limits.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 9.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Zapata. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
so
council.
much. All right, up next, we are going to bring up items, and I don't know, Amy, I don't know how we should do this. It's going to be items 20, 21, and 25. I have no doubt you're going to guide us.
I'll stand here and I'll have my friends ready to respond to other questions.
All right, I'm going to read them out loud collectively together. Item 20, consider approval of a resolution authorizing an amendment to the engagement letter with Lloyd Gosling, Rochelle, and Townsend, PC, for legal services related to PUC docket number 58988, and the amount not to exceed $340,000 for a total contract amount not to exceed $440,000. This item will require a budget amendment upon approval. Consider item number 21, consider approval of a resolution authorizing amendment number 2 in the agreement with Raftellus Financial Consultants for one water and wastewater rate case analytical support services in the amount of $300,000, and 2 for completing the 2026 update to the water and wastewater cost of service study in the amount of $49,500, increasing the contract by $349,500 for a total contract amount not to exceed $416,500. This item will require a budget amendment upon approval. And finally, agenda item number 25, discussion and possible action authorizing the city manager to negotiate with the developer of Six Creek Development to resolve outstanding contractual issues and to bring back any proposed agreements or amendments to the city council for consideration and approval. Go ahead.
All right, Mayor, so 20 and 21 are both about the PUC complaint. I don't know if you'd like to go through the Six Creeks issue first, since that was a council item. Whichever way you'd like to do it is fine with me.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do 25 in case that'll maybe help us decide 20 and 21. Okay, item number 25, that is sponsored by myself, Courtney Goza, and Melissa Medina. We are going to start with Councilmember Goza, please.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight's item is about accountability, communication, and ensuring the City of Kyle moves forward in a way that protects both our residents and the long-term interests of this community. The city and the developer of Six Creeks have worked together for years through a series of agreements tied to infrastructure, utilities, reimbursements, and development obligations connected to one of the largest developments in our city. As with any project of this scale, disagreements and unresolved issues can arise over time. The question before us tonight is not whether challenges exist. The question is how we choose to address them. I believe it's in the best interest of the city to pursue a productive path forward, and that prioritizes transparency, fiscal responsibility, contractual compliance, and long-term stability. Litigation and prolonged disputes often carry significant risks. So tonight's item, we want to open the door for that discussion and negotiation, and not to approve any final agreement. Any proposed amendments, settlements, or negotiated terms would still come back before this council for formal consideration and approval in a public meeting. At its core, this item is about ensuring that the city remains at the table, actively engaged, and focused on solutions that protects taxpayer dollars, while also providing clarity for future development obligations and expectations, and serves the best interests of our residents as a whole. And with that, Mayor Flores-Cale, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. All right. What we are trying not to do is give up leverage, okay? This is not about abandoning accountability, and it is certainly not about writing a blank check to any developer, This is about recognizing where we are today and asking whether continued conflict serves the best interest of the Kyle residents. The city and the developer currently have unresolved contractual matters involving infrastructure, obligations, utility agreements, reimbursement provisions, timeliness, and other development responsibilities. Those issues are real and they deserve to be addressed directly and professionally. What we're proposing tonight is simple. We're asking council to authorize the city manager to begin discussions and negotiations aimed at identifying possible solutions and bringing any proposed agreements back to this body for review. Nothing will become final without council's approval. I believe responsible leadership requires us to at least explore whether common ground exists before continuing down a path that could increase legal costs and prolong uncertainty for everyone involved. Strong cities are built not only through enforcement of agreements, but also through communication, clarity, and the willingness to resolve disputes in a way that protects the public interest. If negotiations are unsuccessful, the council still retains every option available to it. But if there's an opportunity to reduce conflict, improve coordination, and establish a clearer path forward, then I believe we owe it to the taxpayers to explore that. With that, I will turn it over to Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. At the end of the day, this conversation is about stewardship. The residents of Kyle expect us to safeguard public resources, to ensure accountability, and to make decisions that support the long-term success of our city. That includes making sure development agreements are honored, infrastructure commitments are fulfilled, and future obligations are clearly understood. But responsible leadership also requires us to communicate, engage in good faith discussions, and determine whether practical solutions can be reached before additional legal expenses, delays, and uncertainty continue to grow. The direction proposed tonight allows the city manager to begin those discussions while ensuring that this council remains fully involved in the process. Any proposed agreement, amendment, or negotiated resolution would still return to this dais for public consideration and approval. This item does not reduce oversight. It reinforces oversight by creating a structured process for unresolved issues to be identified, evaluated, and brought back before the council transparently. Our responsibility is not simply to react to conflict. Our responsibility is to lead through it in a way that protects taxpayers, preserves accountability, and keeps the city of Kyle focused on responsible growth and long-term fiscal stability. Thank you for hearing us out on that, and we're open for discussion.
Mayor, if I might, in anticipation of this item, I did get a proposal from an outside attorney for the cost to handle just these discussions, these negotiations, and proposed solutions to be brought back to council. The estimated cost of that is about $30,000, which is within the authority of our interim city manager, but I did want to make sure that the council is aware of that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are open for discussion. Councilmember Harris.
Can the authors of this item provide the history of the attempted resolutions to the issues?
You want to know what the city's done? You want us to tell you what the city's done to resolve this?
Because y'all are the ones that brought it forward. So I think it would also be necessary to outline the history of the attempts to solve this, because it's been made exceptionally clear to us that there has been a history of that.
Well, I don't know of any history where we've sat down and tried to find a negotiation in the contract. What I've seen is historically been we have the PUC lawsuit. We have, I don't know, I guess the contract, I'm not sure if Brian Langley has had discussions with Six Creeks.
We've had very simple discussions with Six Creek to date. The same attorney that I got that proposal from has talked to them, primarily related to the bond issuance that's on the agenda later today. And so we have started the path. We've gotten their contact person. They've gotten our contact person. But the current position is that they wanted to get through this bond sale. And so now that that's completed, the staff's plan was to proceed. I'm happy to have council giving us direction to do that. That does help us move forward in the way that you guys would like us to do. So from our perspective, this is what we were planning to do, and we're happy for council to let us know if we're doing that right or wrong.
Appreciate that. I wasn't aware of any prior negotiations. I thought it was all contractual conversations. And so now that we have the bonds, I think, and, fresh faces, I feel like we can try to go in with good faith. We've seen the Six Creeks residents in here week in and week out. And so when I say we, I mean me, Councilmember Medina and Councilmember Goza have repeatedly discussed putting something on the agenda to have this discussion. We've talked about putting an executive. For me, it's about moving forward. We've all sat in executive. We've had all the same conversations. And I don't know what we're expecting to happen. The PUC takes a long time, and we were told 1 to 2 years, and we just keep racking up these bigger bills. And so, as a mediator, a certified mediator, I feel like there's not much that we can't get done if we sit down and have a good conversation, and that's going to cost a lot less than it looks like. We're looking at $500,000 million in attorney's fees. So that was my goal, was to try to sit down, have civilized conversations, and see where we can have a meeting of the mind. I've done this last week, the week before, with Perez and another landowner, and it was an amazing time to just sit there without the attorneys, have a conversation, and come to a meeting of the mind where it didn't cost one person, $2 million, or not that they haven't spent money, but it was a peaceful resolution, and that's what I seek in this Six Creeks case as well.
And then, for purposes of full disclosure, the developer is not a party to the PUC appeal.
You're right. They do have contractual concerns.
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, if this is the direction given to the city manager, I would like to separate the two issues. You've got the PUC matter. They're very different set of folks involved. And then you have the Six Creeks developer. With the Six Creeks developer, whatever our ongoing issues are, I would like to approach without any attorneys in the room, sit down with the developer, have a conversation, and see if we can resolve these where it's mutually beneficial to both sides. I would at least try that attempt first before we get the attorneys involved. And likewise, I would also like to approach the Six Creeks residents who have filed the PUC complaint, and then let the PUC docket proceed through for the crosswinds. We can, at mitigation point, see what the other side wants to say or deal with. But those can be two separate tracks. But I would like to try without the help of any attorneys.
I'm
first.
going to be 100% against that. I think we need to be very frank that this conversation is at least going to require our city attorney present in that conversation, because the legal ramifications and the ramifications that it has on our residents is huge.
It's going to come back to the council.
And we've all moved forward with the PUC case and with the way that the Six Creeks case has been developing. All of that's been moved forward by everyone here on this council. So that has been direction that we have given and that we have moved forward on. And so I just want to make sure that what we're doing does not hurt our residents. I believe that there is a way forward that can address the impacts that Six Creeks residents are facing. I 100% believe that, and I do want to alleviate that. And I also have a responsibility to my residents as well. And so I want to be very clear and very frank that there are certain statutory requirements that we must meet in terms of our water utility fund that will offset costs onto our residents and increase those rates, potentially depending on what our rate study analysis is, or the updated version of that is, if that passes this evening. And I want to make sure that we are clearly discussing the legal ramifications and the potential effects that it has on our residents and on our city for us to move forward with these conversations.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Harris.
I agree with what the council member said. I believe our attorney needs to be present in all conversations. I would like to see this delayed until we actually do have a resolution from the PUC, because that really will set a lot of the precedent. We have been aware for some time that the developer has been in noncompliance with a considerable amount of their DA. We do need to resolve those issues, but I think we need to wait for at least for the PUC to make a ruling, because it will definitely impact that agreement.
Well, I don't think the PUC has anything to do with Six Creeks developer. Those are two different
Well,
situations.
Yes, it's part of the agreement, the DA with the water rates, so, and how those
We're
are
talking about
figured.
agenda item number 25 specifically
Yeah.
right now, which has to do with the Six Creek developer.
Right, and I think the water issues are part of that, right?
No, they have other,
It is a facet.
I think
It's a facet.
there are
Of
quite
many.
a few issues in the Six
There are
Creeks
a lot of
Development
issues.
Agreement that are not related to the water. There are some that are.
Mm-hmm.
From my perspective, I've been treating these as two separate issues, but that's up to council, however you guys want us to handle this. I will note that Six Creeks does have an attorney that is working on this issue. So to the extent that the Six Creeks attorney is in the room, I will recommend that somebody be in the room.
No, I agree. And the fact that the city was already going to bring this to us, I think that brings me a little bit of a relief.
So Mayor, I would like to get clarification. If the direction is to the city manager, let me take the lead role in negotiating this. It's going to have to come back to council with all the discussion points. We're aware of the items that are in disagreement or in play. Let me try that out. You had attorneys involved all this time. We haven't gotten anywhere, right? Let me try something, a different approach.
Yeah, to me, that doesn't cost the city
Because
hardly
we
anything.
still have the city attorney advising me behind the scenes, right?
The attorney is there, maybe not even necessarily the
It's
purpose
up to
of
y'all.
the attorney.
It's up to y'all. If y'all want me to do it, I'm going to do it my way.
I would like to see Perez meet with Jay Hanna. I have spoken with Jay Hanna.
Is it okay
He
if I
is-
finished my comment? I'm sorry, I was
You
interrupted.
interrupted.
Okay, I'm going
in
to call
both
point of order.
instances.
Everybody's interrupting. This is going to be round robin. We're going to start with Councilmember Goza because she has not spoken twice. And the rules of council specifically state before someone can speak twice, everybody gets to speak once. So if I could kindly let Councilmember Goza speak, I would appreciate it. And then we'll just come right down the row.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, I think it's very valuable for you to meet with him and find out his viewpoint, because some of the things that he has said are vastly different than what we've learned here. And so I think that there's a compromising point that doesn't necessarily involve attorneys. But I also find it very deplorable that in order to issue his bond payment, or his bond that we're actually going to be voting on tonight, that we forced him to sign an agreement not to sue us over that portion of the development agreement. That's not an action that should be tolerable. And I question whether that's even legal.
Okay,
But-
let's not talk about stuff that we probably should talk about in
I'm happy to
executive.
explain that, but I would like to explain it in the back.
Yes, this is,
Well, I was stopping there, but I mean, I just don't want to see that action taken. But I would love to see Perez have some time to sit there and sit down with him across the table and get a feel for what his hangups are. And here, Perez already knows what ours are. So I think that there's a good place to meet in the middle there.
Okay, Councilmember Dina, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I have full confidence, Perez, in your capabilities. We voted you in as interim city manager for a reason. I fully support you going forward and talking with the developer and coming forward with whatever agreements you guys are or are not able to come forward with together, and then going from there.
Okay, Councilmember McKinney, do you have anything?
I will say that in the year and a half that I've been on council, the city manager has brought to us a back and forth with this particular developer at least a half dozen times that I can recall. Ultimately ending up at an impasse every single time. But it's been commonplace for our city manager to have the conversations. I would feel better having the city attorney involved, not necessarily with the direct negotiating, but there to be able to lend a legal input. I feel like we're in this situation because of bad legal advice, and I don't think that zero legal advice is better than bad legal advice. And Amy has demonstrated, a tremendous capacity to be able to give good advice when needed. So I would feel better that she at least be present, if not necessarily directing or leading the negotiations, but having an attorney in your corner has always benefited me.
Councilmember Tobias?
I'm in full support of fresh eyes, fresh conversations. And that is why the motion was made, Mr. Pervez, for you to take the realm on that. And if it means that we squash or dismantle regimes before you, it to be a brand new start on that end. And I know we're saying we like to have attorneys there, but they have a fee, correct?
That's correct. If we have
We're broke.
outsiders. Yeah.
We're broke right now. We're $14 million in the hole. And it's got to start somewhere. And if it means that we have conversations one-on-one, Pervez, you go into the room, close the door, we'll try it out. And if it comes back to where we can't get anywhere, then we move forward from there. That would be my direction for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata?
Having our own city attorney there does not run a cost. The other reason why I support having our city attorney there is not necessarily to partake in the solution or the negotiations, but it is simply there because the role of the city attorney ultimately is to protect the city, to protect the residents. That is first and foremost the role of a city attorney. And I believe that it would be cut due to the complexities and the multitude of things that are outlined in this DA that would be discussed. I think it would be beneficial for someone who has the history and knowledge of potential issues that may arise out of these discussions to be there simply as a sounding board. I don't think that it would hurt us. Like I said, it does not cost us any money to have our own attorney present, just because of the complexity of the issues that are involved in this DA.
All right. Well, my unsolicited opinion is if we bring an attorney, then they bring an attorney, and then we have an attorney, and then it just is pointless. We're bringing we're going exactly down the road that we're trying to avoid, and that is to go there and at least have a conversation and negotiate in good faith. I saw firsthand what a meeting can look like without any attorneys, saving the city possibly millions of dollars. Because in our core values and core of who we are, we really do want to make the best of a situation as people. And nothing is going to come back to us without going through our city attorney or whatever attorney we decide to look at these documents. A conversation does not require to have legal advice. It could be a meeting of the minds. And then when they get past that hill, then you bring your attorneys in when it's more sound, when you're like, okay, this is what we've decided that we're willing to do. So for me, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 25.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second by Councilmember Goza. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Can I ask one more question before we vote?
No, there's a motion and a second. Kenny?
We were allowed discussion after motion and second.
Okay.
Unless somebody's called the question. It's not happened yet.
Okay, so I called the roll call vote, so we can, does that pause?
You have to call the question, which has to have a vote.
No, I'm not going to do that. You go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not going to call the question.
No, I would just like to find out how we're going to come to an agreement on what we're going to want as a council for Pervez to negotiate on the city's behalf. Because to the best of my knowledge, none of us have talked to him about what we would want for our residents out of this discussion.
Well, the residents, I don't know if the residents are going to necessarily understand what's in the development agreement. And so that conversation, I think, is safe to have between the two parties. And then again, bring it back to us. And if it's something that we're not comfortable with, we can direct him to do something else. Or what
So
he
is
loses
this-
like,
Is this an
4
all
hours?
give, but not an ask conversation
Well,
then?
okay, so you want to talk about the things that you want to see, or you what? So go ahead.
Well, that's the conversation I would like to have with Prevez before he goes to the table, is to know what we would like him to negotiate for. I don't know how he could.
I
He's
don't
never
know.
been
We
in a
haven't talked
conversation
about
about it.
Well, council has been made aware of the DA issues by your former city manager. Is that true or not?
Is that true, guys?
Yes, it is true.
You guys know exactly
sure- I want
what the
everyone to say yes.
disagreements are, right?
Yes.
So that's my list that I am starting with. Unless you have new lists that I'm not aware of.
I don't remember a time where this council has explicitly decided together what it is that we would like to be negotiated on behalf,
We did do that last year.
but not with.
Well, keep
this
in mind, we
council.
have a DA in place. We're trying to reopen it. Both sides have to agree to reopen it, right? We have a list of what this council has been made aware of that the former city manager had an issue with. That's our starting point. Not all items on that list needs to be sorted in our favor. Some of it we have to give to get something back from the developer. Or we're going to be in an impasse again. That development agreement, right or wrong, good or bad, it was negotiated in good faith from both sides, right? We had our team of attorneys, they had their team of attorneys, we scrubbed it, we agreed to the terms and conditions, they agreed to the terms and conditions, we inked the DA, we moved on. Then time passes on, 10 years later, or whatever the time frame is, we're trying to reopen that agreement. We have to be patient and understanding of what the other side is thinking, not just hammer them with our list. So if you have a different list, a new list than what Brian Langley showed you, now's the time to give it to me. Or we can have a separate meeting to go over that list. If not, I'm working from that list.
Okay, so I will say this. I hear what Councilmember Zapata is saying, and she has a concern that I think a lot of our in-city residents have, but I don't think that has anything to do with the contract, does it? Because, and if it does, then you bring back that information, we review how the in-city water users will be affected, and then we can make a decision going there.
So any change to the rate structure will impact other rate payers, that is correct. So we would bring that
Sure.
back as part of the conversation.
Right. Or maybe it's less revenue that's transferred in.
It's just, it's entirely a council decision and a conversation.
You see, this is my example. If I have an attorney in the room, they're going to have an attorney in the room. So the developer and the city manager are going to be sitting on the side. The attorneys are going to be fighting. Whatever we negotiate or discuss is going to be brought back to this council. I am not signing anything. I'm not committing the city to anything.
I think our ask is, though, to make sure that Amy has her eyes on it after
She will.
after
She
negotiations.
will, or any city attorney y'all desire to hire. Or don't give me this charge.
We're good. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
McKinney.
Yes.
Goza.
Yes.
Harris.
I don't think we're quite prepared to go into this. We need more discussion, so I'm going to vote no for the time being. We need to reopen the agreement, but I'm not ready for that. So I vote no.
Flores Kill.
Yes.
Medina.
Yes.
Zapata.
I just really want to make sure the city attorney is involved in the conversation, and that doesn't seem to be guaranteed. So I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Tobias.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's 5-2. Motion passes. Okay, up next, we have agenda items number 20 and 21. Is that right?
Yes.
All All right. And I've already read these, so I don't need to read them again, right? All right, thank you.
Agenda item 20 is an amendment to our agreement with Lloyd Goslink. Lloyd Goslink represents the city on the PUC process that's going on currently. There were 2 complaints filed. They're being consolidated and worked on together by Lloyd Goslink through Attorney Thomas Brocado. They were originally hired on an agreement for $100,000, which was the city manager's authority. They are seeking additional funding at the moment. They've just had a hearing last week. The status is that the parties we're working on a procedural schedule. We're in the process of discovery, which is time consuming and fast paced, and there are tight deadlines that need to happen. And we're also looking at mediation, which I understand the LJ said would be like 3-ish months in order to get scheduled. And so we're looking for coverage to get us through at least that amount of time, with the hope that perhaps we could get to a solution through the mediation. The options here are to either approve the resolution and authorize the amendment, or deny the resolution. If the resolution is denied, which is absolutely council's discretion, I would ask for some coverage to get us through the discovery process, because the capacity of my office to get that done and meet those deadlines is a little bit questionable right now.
Okay. Questions, comments? So essentially what we're doing is we're going to approve $340,000. Why does it say not to exceed $440? That's what we've already paid?
We've already approved $100,000, and to be clear, this is a not to exceed, so obviously if we're able to get to a solution before we spend this money, we will not be spending any more money. We'll stop once this has been resolved.
Okay. I got 2 concerns. First is, I remember my first year on council, we didn't make any budget amendments at all. And the second year, there was a budget amendment, and Dex Ellison was bamboozled. He was like, I can't believe we're doing a budget amendment. And I think it was for like lights or something. So to be very clear, budget amendments are a big deal. And so my question is going to be, where are we going to get this $340,000 from?
We come from water and wastewater funds.
From the fund balance, Mayor.
And do we have, do we know how much is in there? Is that the one of them had a surplus, correct?
Wastewater, both water and wastewater are in good shape this year.
Okay.
I shouldn't say, let me correct that. They're not in good shape. They're in a reasonable shape to finish this year.
So we could do the 340,000. Okay, and then, Amy, we need some guidance. Like, if we know we have the money, I think we're all kind of at the point where we want to be fiscally responsible. What would this look like if it didn't pass?
So choosing not to continue with Lloyd Goslink would not stop the PUC process. And so at that point, what you're going to do is put us in a situation where we're trying to handle this in-house along with our other duties to try to get us through to that mediation. I am not an expert at this sort of law. That is why we hired an outside attorney to handle it. So our suggestion is to continue with the outside attorney. As I've said, the current plan from that hearing that occurred last week is that the parties have all expressed a desire to have some sort of mediation, which could potentially lead to a resolution in this.
Do we know how much mediation is going to cost?
So through SOA, the mediator is covered. That is, so it would cost the attorney's fees. SOA offers mediation at no cost.
Okay. Well, that's nice.
For me, this is, our city utility was sued. This is whether we want to defend it or not. And we have to defend it.
Okay. Any feedback? I mean, we're just talking about being fiscally responsible and taxpayer dollars, and so I get it.
This is a fraction of potential.
I understand that. I just want to make sure that if we're moving forward, that we're doing it knowing that we have a good, I don't want to spend all this money and then be wrong.
Right. And I understand that, Mayor. like I said, even if we didn't move forward with this contract, that process is still going to remain, and we're still going to have to deal with it. So what we would like to do is seek guidance from somebody who is known as an expert in this field to help us get through that process.
How did you come to the 340,000?
That is an estimate from Thomas Mercado.
And that's through November?
He was told to estimate what it would take to get through approximately the discovery process, mediation if we got to it, and initial filings of testimony if needed.
So if we get to November and we're still looking at another 6 months to a year, do we have an estimate of then what the next amendment could be approved for?
It's going to depend on where we are in the process at that point, but we can absolutely look into that for you.
Do we have a cost? Sorry, or were you going to say something?
So a lot of the cost is in the discovery and the pre-filed testimony. That's time consuming. And so depending on where we are in November, we might be close to through that. We may be still moving forward with it.
So there's a chance discovery could last longer than November and there'd be additional discovery costs?
If I recall correctly, the discussion of the hearing timeframe was looking at somewhere in the February, March timeline to actually have the hearing. But those dates are not guaranteed until they're set.
How much funds do we still have available? Are we out?
Under his current contract, we are out. If this is not approved, the work will stop.
Because I would really like to have like a good conversation with the attorney and executive at one point, just to kind of find some reassurance. But if we're out of money,
I mean, one option is
no such thing
one
as
option
free
is if
lunch.
council wants to approve a smaller amendment to get us through the current discovery requests and bring Thomas in to discuss this with you in a month or two. We can do that, but we are in the process of responding to 2 fairly lengthy discovery requests, and that is taking time.
Do we have an estimated cost amount to, if we were to not proceed with this and it does not work out in our favor because we didn't have attorneys who were specialized in this?
We would need to have Ralph Tellis run if we were to cease to handle this, what that cost would be. And I can do that. If we're going to talk about consequences of not moving forward, again, I would prefer to do that in the back.
Okay. I mean, but it would be pretty bad for our in-city customers, our in-city residents.
So as I said, any change to the rate structure will impact
The budget overall.
The budget overall, and then unless the budget is reduced through reduction in projects, reduction in staff, it would have an impact on the other ratepayers in order to make up that money.
Yes, and the same would be possible if we lost. So, I mean, we're not in a good situation either way, right? Like, we're going to spend money, we've got to figure it out.
I mean, I think we end up having a higher chance of doing well if we have a specialized attorney in this. And I think ultimately,
I agree.
I think it's a very difficult position that unfortunately this council is put in. We weren't on the dais either,
we weren't.
right? So,
Yes.
I completely understand that. And I also take my responsibility to our residents very, very seriously. And I believe, and I will say it again, I believe that there's a path forward where we can reduce the harm that is being done and also protect our residents simultaneously. And I think we can achieve that, but I don't think that it's via dropping our attorney.
What would it look like if we requested a lower amount of money to get through discovery?
I mean, to be honest with you, I would recommend just picking an amount right now. So put it at 200,000. We can have Thomas come in and tell us what else he needs and when he needs it.
Can you tell us before we're out? Because it would be nice if he had a couple dollars in the bank, we could go to executive and have a
What we would do
conversation.
is go ahead and set that executive session meeting once we get this contract approved. So it would come as soon as we can get it on the agenda.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion. Yeah.
Can I suggest
Yes, go ahead.
we duplicate the 100,000 that we've already done?
I think she said 200,000.
I think because the
I
discovery
was
is
trying to
making
pick
us
a number,
more.
and it was the same one we had before.
No, the reason I suggested 200 is because the discovery is causing more costs than we had before the discovery process started. Like, as the process moves, there's a period where there's going to be a lot of cost, and then there are periods where there'll be less cost. We're kind of in the more costly period right now, and we don't want to slow it down. I don't think that the other parties want to slow it down either. I think that right now we're trying to keep it moving. That's why we're trying to have mediation.
Councilmember Goza would like to speak.
I would like to recommend a smaller amount. There's some information that needs to be shared that I can't share here on the dais that might affect council's thinking on this, on the amount. So could we move for about 20,000?
I don't think 20,000 is
Yeah,
going to
let's do 100. I think that if you're, are you amendable? with 100,000?
Well, I was thinking just enough to get him in here for a meeting, but I'll do 100.
Second.
Okay.
Wait, was that a motion?
No, that was not a motion.
Okay.
So I would like to consider approval of a resolution authorizing an amendment to the engagement letter with Lord Gosling, Rochelle, and Townsend PC for legal services related to PUC docket number 58988 in the amount not to exceed $100,000 for a total contract amount not to exceed, is that 200?
200,000.
200,000, yeah. And then to approve a budget amendment upon approval.
I thought we said 100,000.
Do you want to add into that the request to bring?
Yes, and I
Lord
would
Gosling in
like
future
make a
meeting?
to include a request to have a conversation with the attorneys during executive session at their soonest convenience.
You ready for a second now?
I'm ready.
Second.
No, I'm not ready. All right, I got a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes.
I didn't vote for
6-1.
this.
I know, I get it.
I had a town hall. I had people there. I asked Brian Langley for a tier. He said, council will never support you, Tobias.
Well, that would have been nice to know before.
Pass this
All
one
right.
on to my
You
phone.
knew that.
We have agenda item 21 as well. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing amendment number 2 to the agreement with Raftellus Financial Consultants, Inc. for one water and, I already read this, and two wastewater. This is also going to be a budget amendment upon approval, so go ahead, Josh.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Joshua Cronley. I'm the Assistant Director for Finance. Before you tonight, we have a potential amendment to the city's contract with Raftellus, who, as you know and we've discussed, is the consulting firm that provides professional service for our water and wastewater utility rate study. The amendment before you has two components. One of them is sorry, let me go to the next slide. One of those is for the 2026 water and wastewater cost of service update for $49,500. And the other component to this was to provide additional rate case related analytic support for the associated and pending PUC proceedings. They've been helping the city through this process. Again, I was going to mention this item does require a budget amendment. So should you move forward with this item, the city staff would be coming back at the next council meeting with that proposed budget adjustment and outlining exactly where those funds would be coming from. Before you now, you have the ability to approve, deny, or modify.
Okay, any questions or comments? I'm going to ask city manager his opinion on this. I feel like it's needed, but
So the second part is pretty straightforward. We have to do this. It's for the 26 rate study. So the 49.5 we have to commit to. I recommend that we do. The first part is very similar to the agenda item number 20 that y'all discussed. It is for the same process. Rather than an attorney, you now are paying for or increasing the contract for the rate consultant. And their estimate for the same time period is $300,000.
so what information are they going to give us that the attorney's not going to be able to find?
So there are a lot of rate scenarios they're going to be asked to run by the attorneys as they're negotiating. They also have their own experts that they will be paying for those analysis and methodology challenges by the other side.
Amy, go ahead.
And And they also provide testimony and discovery support. So when we need records that Raftellus has, they have to go take the time to pull those. And they will be required to provide testimony related to the rate study. So that's a little bit of extra time in there as well.
So we're going to pay them to come testify?
Yeah, they're paid by the hour. Their staff members are experts. So when they go to the.
So that's not included in the fee that we paid them to run the report?
No, that's just for the study.
Well, I think it's logical that sometimes
that
when
would've been
people do. Yeah, when people usually give you something that comes with some kind of guarantee.
warranty.
Yeah, it's something like that, right? That's, to me, I work in the legal field and that's not, an unthought of idea. So yes, this is news to me that they're going to come charge us to give, to back up their information that they provided us for this report. I mean, if we voted for the first one, we can't leave, our attorneys hanging. We got to give them the supplies they need in order to defend us.
I would like to add, just as the item before this is also a not-to-exceed contract. So this is not a guaranteed dollar amount we'd be giving to Raftellus if we did not need their services through the entirety of this. If this were to go to mediation and we were able to reach resolution quicker, we would obviously not expense those additional amounts. This is not a guaranteed minimum to this.
All right.
Is this not something we could potentially ask to bring back on a future agenda if we cut the amount we approved temporarily for item number 20 so that we could speak to the attorney in the event something changes with said case that we are going to discuss in executive?
So 2 comments. As City Manager mentioned, the $49,000 amount is for the new rate study.
Right.
So that is separate. I do think it would be possible to do a smaller amount for the rest of it, but they are currently assisting us in the discovery process. And so there is some work that's already going in right now.
So just like the attorney has spent a little over $100,000 so far, that needs to be under the First Amendment. The rate consultant has already spent close to $35,000, $36,000 that the city already needs to owe and amend their contract, at least for that much. And then whatever else that y'all think, they'll carry us through the time the attorney advises y'all about the process.
Well, I want to confirm that the 300,000, like that invoice has been looked at and it's getting our feedback from Josh and from Amy. You guys are saying, yes, this makes sense, that it's not overcharging us. This looks like this will be part of the process. So we're going to take our vote based off of what you guys tell us. And if you're telling us it's a good amount and the work looks like it's what it's cost, then that's how we move forward.
It's an estimate of number of hours based on their hourly rate. So their hourly rate is not going to change. The hope is that they can get this done in fewer hours, obviously, but this is their estimate of number of hours it takes to get through a full rate appeal.
Okay. I hope that the few hours is our hope. They probably like getting paid.
I feel like we're going to need this regardless of what attorney we go with, even if we force Amy to do this in-house.
I do have a question. Why do we rotate? Do we have to use them again for the next year's study?
It's much cheaper to use them because they've already created the model. They're just updating the numbers. If we started with a new firm, certainly we can do that, but it will cost us a little bit more.
Okay. Any motions?
I guess I just have a question real quick about, I guess, the updated study. That also, I went through the contract and it's not super, super clear. It's kind of high level. But does that include the different types of rates? Like, does the model that they have already established include like different types of rates?
Like residential, commercial?
Or like Lifeline, like rates,
Yeah,
like setup and whatnot?
Yes, they will be considering different options for council to consider.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure that was included in there.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any motions?
Make a motion to approve agenda item number 21.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by Councilmember Zapata.
So this is required every year, correct, for this?
The
Half of it
item
is-
number 2 is the second part of this agenda item, the 49.5.
Okay.
But the first part is estimate, their best estimate, what it will take the rate analyst and their staff and their experts to take us through the PUC process.
And it'll be the full amount, because that's usually how it goes with contracts. They're gonna use, if you give them, say, will not exceed 300,000, they're like, yes, we'll take 6 months.
But just because it's their estimate, council can decide to give less. You can approve 100,000 and make them come back.
Well, and Mayor Pro Tem, I think we could separate it. If there's something that bothers you about that, we can,
Well, I'm just saying, most contracts like this, and when you're dealing with these types of things, if you're offering them 300,000, it's on the table. We're gonna, if it takes us, there's no time limit, 6 months, a year, or 2 years, you're still gonna pay me 300,000, because that's what y'all approved the contract for. Because I could tell you this and say, oh, let's hurry up and get this done, and that way they're only gonna pay us $5,000 and we're good. They're gonna wanna go as much as they can. It's just the way it goes.
would you like to amend that number?
So,
Can we separate the two? Because I would like to vote on them separately.
I would feel more comfortable voting on them separately.
They are acting in service of our attorneys, correct? So like they wouldn't extend longer beyond what our attorneys need them for.
That is correct.
So they can't run the clock per se. Like if our attorneys reach mediation prior to that, so the example that was just provided would not have occurred.
but we're not giving them that time limit, correct?
Well, we're asking them based on, to estimate their hours for what a PUC case takes, and that's what our estimate is based off of.
So if our attorneys move through it faster, they don't continue. They
only have billable hours. They don't just get to.
Yeah, it's not a time. It's not like, okay, in November, it's gonna be up. The truth is, they could use all this money in a month. So that's the reality of it. I work for attorneys. I've seen the bills pile up. That is a reality. So that's something as we vote that we're gonna understand. That this $300,000 has nothing to do with November and everything to do with billable hours. Now, there is some concern from, it sounds like 3 of you guys, that these are 2 votes that are gonna be put in one. And as a council member, previous council member that's voted for something that they didn't want to vote for, but it was all meshed together, I'm more than willing to suggest, if you're uncomfortable, we separate it and we have one for $49,500 and we have another for $3,000 or whatever amount you guys want to approve. If you're amendable to amending your,
I'll amend mine.
okay,
My
so,
motion.
second, is that how we do it? He
Well,
makes a motion
she-
to amend and
She
then.
made the second, she has
Okay.
to.
But then you have to make a motion to amend
We
and
either
then that
need
has
to
to be
know,
seconded.
we either need to know how we're amending the motion and have Councilmember McKinney amend the motion.
Perfect.
And then get a second on that amended motion, likely.
Can we
right?
just,
Or
can we
have him
just
rescind it.
withdraw the motion and start again?
Or we
please?
have him rescind it, and technically, if he rescinds it, the second also has to rescind the second.
Are you guys okay
Uh,
with that? I know this seems messy, but I'm trying to be respectful of everybody's concerns. This is a really sensitive topic.
Do we want to make it match the previous item?
The amount, well,
It sounded like what they want to do is rescind the sitting motion and do a motion just for the 49 portion first, and then determine the amount for the other part after, if you're amenable to doing that, Councilmember.
Okay, I feel like that'll take longer, but, I mean, sure.
I mean, I think it makes sense to do it in the same amount. I hate picking these things without any sort of basis, like, like just picking numbers, it feels like, willy-nilly.
well, I'm sorry, I didn't look to see if the invoice was in the back. Did it have like a detailed invoice or it was just generic?
I don't think there is an invoice, but
Yeah,
it's just an estimate hourly.
That's what I'm saying, like,
Estimated
well, they
hours
should
on
still, it'll give you an invoice and it'll give you hours, like total to do this and this and this,
So
so.
they will, as they do the work, give you an invoice. The estimate was an estimate of number of hours at their hourly rate, based on the idea of getting through a whole PUC.
I guess separate them, keep the total amount, but just separate the votes.
So first step would be, if we're changing this, that Mark would need to rescind his
Yes.
first
Go ahead.
motion.
I'll rescind my motion.
Second. Okay, we have a motion to rescind and a second by myself. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
So we're going to do a motion on something.
All right, so
49.
Let's do
All
the
right.
easiest one first.
make a motion to approve agenda item number 21, section 2, in the amount of 49.5 for the Riftalis water wastewater service study amount.
Second. So I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by myself for the 49,500. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes 7-0. All right. Now comes the fun part. Are we just gonna, you said you want to do the full 300,000? Nope. Do we want to make it match, 200 and 200?
Oh, my goodness, we could have already been done.
Wait.
Yeah, we can make motion to
Well,
approve.
I don't know if he wanted
Oh,
to
okay.
vote for it either.
Yeah,
So that's why.
we did 100,000 on the attorney, so if we're gonna do it the same, it'd be 100.
We did 100 on the other one.
We initially did 100,
Okay.
not to exceed 200,000 for 20.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's do the same thing.
Make a motion to approve agenda item number 21, section 1, in the amount of 100,000, not to,
Not to
Oh.
exceed 100,000.
not to exceed 100,000. Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mark McKinney and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
It's all about compromise.
That's right.
All right.
Mayor, may I request that council consider items 16 and 17? These are bond sale items. We have the bond attorney and the financial advisor here.
Yes, sir.
We have 14 and 15 as well that we have an attorney for.
Okay, so we're going to do 16 and 17, but we also have 14 and 15. But whatever we want to do first. All right, 16 and 17. We have consider approval of an ordinance of the City of Kyle of the Texas accepting and approving a service and assessment plan and assessment role for the Six Creeks Public Improvement District, making a finding of a special benefit to the property in improvement area number 6, levying assessments against property within improvement area number 6 of the district, and establishing a lien on such property, providing for the method of assessments and the payment of the assessments in accordance with Chapter 372, Texas Local Government Code as amended, providing penalties and interest on delinquent assessments, providing for severability, resolving all matters incident and related thereto, and providing an effective date. This item has a public hearing. So do we do that first?
So we can, but if we can actually open 16 and 17 at the
All
same
right,
time.
together. All right. You have agenda item 17. Consider approval of an ordinance approving and authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Kyle, Texas Special Assessment Revenue Bonds, Series 2026, Six Creeks Public Improvement District, Area Number 6 project, and approving and authorizing related agreements. Item presenter, Stephanie Levy.
Wonderful. So would you like for me to go through the presentation and then do public hearing, or do you want to do public hearing first?
Let's do the presentation in the case somebody doesn't want to
Okay.
talk on it.
Okay. So, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Stephanie Levy with Norton Rose Fulbright, our firm services bond counsel to the City of Kyle. So these two action items are related to the Six Creeks Public Improvement District. Just a little bit by way of background, the district was originally created in 2017. And then in 2018, the name of the development was changed to what we know today as Six Creeks Improvement District. To date, the city has issued multiple series of bonds to support this development for improvement areas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And today we're here seeking approval for a bond issuance and assessment levy for improvement area number 6. Earlier this month, Council adopted a resolution that approved the preliminary service and assessment plan, which also called for tonight's public hearing. Earlier today, FMS Bonds is underwriter for the bonds, went into the bond market to price the bonds, and we're here tonight seeking Council's approval. This is just a map that shows current development within Six Creeks. Improvement area number 6 is the area that's shaded in purple. So current steps related to improvement area number 6, the developer has completed all of the public infrastructure projects within improvement area 6. The two action items for tonight is council approval of an assessment levy, which will adopt the service and assessment plan and actually levy the assessments on land within improvement area number 6, and then also adopt the bond ordinance. The bond ordinance is what authorizes the issuance and sale of bonds that'll be secured by those special assessments. The bonds were priced today. The principal amount of the bonds, which will correspond with the assessment levy, is $17,887,000. This is information from a preliminary service and assessment plan. This would have been adjusted slightly today just based on bond pricing, which is a fluctuation with interest rates, but this will give you a general idea of the assessment per lot within improvement area number 6. The average annual installment that would be paid by the homeowners within the district, and then equivalent tax rate for that PIT assessment.
So some of those houses are going to be $800,000?
Some of the houses are projected to be $800,000. And that's information provided by the developer.
Is there a guarantee? Like, is there a way to figure that out? To like insure? I'm just curious, 'cause that's a big number.
So, I mean, of course, no way to guarantee, right? It'll all be subject to market rates and buyer demand. But I think we've seen from other improvement areas that the home prices that they use are equivalent for what homes of similar types, similar lot sizes within the prior improvement areas.
Okay. This just gives me motivation to fix the water issue even more. Because I'd hate to have those homes sit empty. That's it. Go ahead.
If council adopts the ordinances tonight, the bonds would schedule to close on June 11th. And then the recommendation for council is to approve both of the ordinances as presented. And of course, council has 2 options to either approve or deny.
All right, thank you. This item does have a public hearing. Is there anybody that would like to come up and speak? Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Are there any questions? Comments? Motions?
Move approval of item number 16 and item number 17 as presented.
Second. So I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by myself. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. All right, did we want to bring up 14 and 15, since there's attorneys for that as well?
Yes.
All right, agenda item 14, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, fee simple title to a parcel of land containing 2,216 square feet as described in Exhibit A to the resolution from certain real property owned by Olga Lydia Gayton for the public use and purpose of construction of public roadway and drainage improvements for the BB Road East project. This will we'll need a roll call vote for this one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. So as you mentioned, we have a public convenience and necessity resolution for your consideration. As you may recall, this is related to the 2022 road bond and for the BB Road project. And we have an overview of some of the improvements that are included there. I know we've gone over this multiple times at different points, so I won't go through this too much. But if you have any questions, let me know. Just some of the history on this. Alignment design features approved by council in January 2024. March 24, task order assigned to American Structure Point to complete final design. Summer 2027 is the anticipated project bidding, so really about a year out from that, and then fall 29, anticipated construction completion. As you know, we're currently underway with BB Road West, but this is the latter project. So some information about the specific property in question. The property interest for parcel 14 includes fee simple acquisition of 2,216 square feet, which is 0.0509 acres. And this is for roadway right-of-way. Included, and then improvements within the right-of-way include roadway and drainage construction as well. So in summary, public convenience and necessity refers to the council determining whether the city's acquisition of an interest in a specific piece of real property, such as an easement or fee simple title, is necessary to effectuate a particular public use for the public's convenience and necessity. In this situation, the PCN finds that the eastern segment of the BB Road project is necessary and required to promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the community, and that acquisition of the identified property is required to complete the project. When the property owner and the city are unable to reach a negotiated agreement, the The PCN authorizes the city to initiate eminent domain proceedings if necessary to acquire the needed property. But negotiations will continue even if this PCN is approved. So option 1 is to consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, fee simple title to a parcel of land containing 2,216 square feet or 0.0509 acres as described in Exhibit A of the resolution from certain real property owned by Olga Lidia Gaitan for the public use and purpose of construction of public roadway and drainage improvements for the BB Road East project. And then option 2 is a deny. Roll call vote requested.
All right, any questions or comments? My only concern was finding a nice medium, but it looks like because there's a difference of opinion and values and what we should and shouldn't be considering, which leads me to believe that our city really needs to create some kind of policy for eminent domain. Yeah. That's my hope. My hope is like moving forward that we can figure out a way to place values on everything that we take from residents. And I know things, even if it's a flower bed, a tree, whatever it is, they all have value. And so, moving forward, looking at that and figuring out as a city, as policymakers, what we, find valuable to our residents.
Yeah, I think we all want to be fair to all parties involved. We want to make sure that everybody's fairly compensated, and then we also don't want to put an undue burden on our taxpayers
Right.
for, potentially overpaying for something. So I absolutely understand where you're coming from. It's every time we do these, it weighs on my heart. It does. There's a lot that we have to consider.
Indeed. All right.
I don't normally like doing these either. I know in this case, it was specifically requested by the other party, so that makes it a little bit easier knowing that was requested, or at least that's what was represented to us.
All right.
All right. This agenda item has specific language, so I move that the city of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire 0.0509 acres of land in fee simple from property owned by Olga Lidia Gaitan as described in agenda item 14 for the public use of constructing public roadway and drainage improvements for the BB Road East roadway improvement project.
I got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Zapata. Okay. I had a motion by Mark McKinney, Councilmember McKinney, and a second by Councilmember Zapata. Roll call vote, please.
Harris,
Yay.
Tobias,
Yes.
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Medina,
Yes.
Zapata,
Yes.
Goza,
Yes.
McKinney.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 7-0. Up next, we have agenda item 15, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a 87,941 square foot parcel of land in fee simple, a public utility drainage easement over 2 parcels of land totaling 45,484 square feet, and an electrical easement over 2 parcels of land totaling 4,171 square feet, as described in Exhibits A, B, and C, respectively, to the resolution from certain real property owned by Bertha G. Martinez individually and as an independent executor of the estate of Rodolfo L. Gonzalez Sr., known as Rodolfo L. Gonzalez, deceased, pursuant to order admitting will to probate and authorizing issuance of letters testamentary under cause number 22-0109P in the County Court of Law, number 3, Hays County, Texas, and Blanca E. Pace and Bertha Gonzalez Martinez and Francisco Martinez as heirs and/or devisees of the estate of Rodolfo L. Gonzalez, deceased, for the public use and purpose of construction of roadway infrastructure and utility improvements for the Kyle Parkway/Lehman Road Extension Project. This will also require a roll call vote. Item presenter, Mike Trimble.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, this is related to the 2022 road bond project, a Kyle Parkway Lehman Road Extension Project. And again, here's a summary of the improvements that are included in that project. And just some of the background on this, again, March 23, task order was assigned to Cobb Finley to complete final design and was approved by council. January 24, alignment design features approved by council as well. Summer 2026 is the anticipated project bid date, so we're only a couple months away from that. And then winter 2027 is the anticipated construction completion date. So about this site information, this is to acquire right-of-way and easements needed for roadway survey, and survey was completed and appraisal was performed on the needed tract. Property interests do include a fee simple acquisition of 87,941 square feet, or 2.09 acres, a drainage easement of 45,484 square feet, or 1.0441 acres, and an electric easement of 4,171 square feet, or 0.0957 acres. 417 square feet is to be encumbered by proposed drainage easement as part of this. Improvements within the right-of-way and easement include roadway construction and drainage and electric as per the way the easements were described. So in summary, public convenience necessity refers to the council determining whether the city's acquisition of an interest in a specific piece of real property, such as an easement of fee simple title, is necessary to effectuate a particular public use for the public's convenience and necessity. In this situation, the PCN finds that the Kyle Parkway Lehman Road Extension Project is necessary and required to promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the community, and that acquisition of the identified property is required to complete the project. When the property owner and the city are unable to reach a negotiated agreement, the PCN authorizes the city to initiate eminent domain proceedings if necessary to acquire the needed property. But again, negotiations typically progress even if a PCN is approved. And so option one is to approve a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, an 87,941 square foot or 2.019 acre parcel of land in fee simple, a public utility drainage easement over 2 parcels of land totaling 45,484 square feet or 1.0441 acre, an electrical easement over 2 parcels of land totaling 4,171 square feet or 0.0957 acres, as described in Exhibits A, B, and C, respectively, to the resolution from certain real property owned by Bertha G. Martinez individually and as independent executor of the estate of Rodolfo D. Gonzalez Sr., also known as Rodolfo L. Gonzalez, deceased, pursuant order admitting will to probate and authorizing issuance of letters testamentary under cause number 22-0109-P in the County Court of Law, number 3, Hays County, Texas, and Blanca E. Paez and Bertha Gonzalez Martinez and Francisco Martinez as heirs and or devisees of the estate of Rodolfo Gonzalez, deceased, for the public use and purpose of construction of roadway infrastructure and utility improvements for the Kyle Parkway Lehman Road Extension Project. A roll call vote is requested.
All right, thank you. And this was one where nobody lives on this parcel anymore, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right, do we have any questions, comments, concerns?
This is also another one where they requested it, correct?
That's correct.
I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire a 2.019 acre parcel of land in fee simple, a public utility drainage easement over 1.044 acres, and an electrical easement over 0.0957 acres from property owned by Bertha G. Martinez individually and as independent executor to the estate of Rodolfo L. Gonzalez Sr., Blanca E. Paez, Bertha Gonzalez Martinez, and Francisco Martinez, all as described in Agenda Item 15, for the public use of constructing public roadway, drainage, and utility improvements for the city's Kyle Parkway Lehman Road Extension Project.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, a second by Councilmember Harris. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Medina,
Yes.
Flores Kell,
Yes.
Zapata,
Yes.
Goza,
Yes.
Tobias,
Aye.
McKinney,
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
All right. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, I think we're going back to number 12. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a renewal to an emergency water supply agreement for the sale of treated water from the city of San Marcos to city of Kyle on as needed basis in the case of an emergency, subject to applicable drought restrictions. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. So the first item that we've got before you is a water supply agreement with the city of San Marcos. So for over the past 2 decades, the city of Kyle and the city of San Marcos had an incredible working relationship in which they provided us for emergency supply water. We hope to continue that agreement, and we have negotiated this project. Let me just kind of get caught up here. So we have negotiated an agreement with San Marcos where the city of Kyle agrees to purchase its treated water in such varying amounts needed by Kyle, but not to exceed 182 plus million gallons per year. The cost to the city will be roughly $150 per month for administrative fees, and then it is a pay-as-you-need rate of $6.42 per thousand gallons. This emergency supply can only be used under specific requirements mandated by TCEQ, and just quickly, that includes severe drought, system outages, loss of source levels, system failure or loss of power or pump failures, loss of elevated storage, and finally, critical public safety uses during emergencies. The city of, the city of San Marcos and the city of Kyle have maintained a long-term water service relationship going all the way back to 2000. And then going to the bottom of this list, the city of San Marcos approved this agreement in their May 5th, 2026 council meeting with recommendation of terms being 1 year in length and retroactive to the November 17th, 2025 expiration date of a prior agreement with the option for an additional 1 year renewal. The options are to approve this resolution or do not approve this resolution, and as you can guess, we are recommending approval of this resolution. This is a very good insurance policy for the city of Kyle.
Okay, and this is going to expire in November? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a reason why we didn't get this earlier? Why it
sorry?
didn't come to council in November?
I didn't hear that.
Is there a reason why this didn't come to council in November?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So the original agreement extended it through November of 2026, but as a clerical error between the city of Kyle and San Marcos, we basically signed the agreement with them extending it to 2025. So for the last year, we've had an agreement, an intergovernmental agreement between our two departments, our Water Utilities Department with the city of Kyle and the Water Utilities Department with the city of San Marcos, in which they extended that without the agreement being signed. And so that gave us time to negotiate this agreement and take it before their council. And so that's where the gap came in.
Okay. Can, next time you talk to them, can you tell them that your mayor really truly appreciates them and the grace that they give us every time that they
Yes.
are willing to be, I mean, they provided all kinds of water
Yes.
to us. And so I am so grateful to them and to their residents. And so I appreciate the good working relationship. And if there's everything they need,
Thank you for that.
they just need to ask.
And just a side note to that, as we go over these next couple of years with the city of San Marcos, it is our goal to become as good a friend to them as they've been to us. And so we're going to, working with the city manager, we're going to look at doing a mutual agreement with them where if they have an emergency need, we will provide water to them as they are to us right now. So we think that's very fair, and we've already started that process.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments?
It's
Okay.
also very beneficial that it's just pay what you need.
That's
It's one of the very,
yes.
very few that we have that option on.
So, but it's $150 a month regardless, right? We'll pay the
Yes,
okay.
the 150 is a monthly charge for administrative services.
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 12.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Up next, we have agenda item 13. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreed order with Texas Commission on Environmental Quality for an alleged violation that occurred on April 8th, 2022, related to the city of Kyle's wastewater treatment plant with a penalty amount of $78,250, which cost will be offset with a supplemental environmental project. Item presenter, Mike Murphy.
Okay, so this is, I guess, more like a house cleaning issue that we've been working on with TCEQ since 2022. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality has agreed, TCEQ agreed order or administrative orders. TCEQ has the authority to issue administrative orders as opposed to civil or criminal orders issued in court. Administrative orders are TCEQ orders enforcing or directing compliance with any provisions, whether of statutes, rules, regulations, permits, license, or orders that we are authorized by law to enforce, which we are authorized by law to compel compliance. Agreed orders, this type of administrative order is used when the respondent agrees to terms and conditions of the administrative order, including the penalty. That's a lot of stuff, but I feel we need to read that. So the summary violations, and just so you know, this was in April 8th of 2022, an investigator documented that respondent failed to prevent an unauthorized discharge of wastewater into the waters of the state. And specifically, an operational upset to train number 1 resulted in solids discharge into the Plum Creek. Failed to submit required written noncompliance report TCEQ to TCEQ within 5 working days of the unauthorized discharges that occurred on April the 8th of 2022. And then failed to properly operate and maintain the facility and treatment system. Specifically, a skimmer was missing from train number 2, and leaking reuse pumps caused wastewater solids accumulation and pooled effluent with flies present. Failed to maintain authorization to discharge stormwater associated with industrial activities, specifically authorization under TPDES MSGP number, there, you can go through that, expired on August 14th, 2021, and operations continued without permit coverage. And the penalty amount established by TCEQ is $78,250 due to these violations. This cost, now keep this in mind, this is very important. This cost will be offset with a supplemental environmental project. All right, are you following me? Okay, so actions taken to resolve this violation. The executive director recognizes that respondent implemented the following corrective measures at the facility, and by April 10th, 2022, removed all disposed of wastewater solids and effluent pooling around the water reuse pumps and cleaned the affected area of Plum Creek. By July of 2024, obtained industrial stormwater authorization under TPDES permit number there, and by August 19th of 2024, replaced the missing skimmer for train number 2 clarifier. So additional, number 4, and this is a little bit wonky, but the freeboard variance request submitted to TCEQ on April 26th, based on initial feedback, acceptance of this variance request is expected to be approved. So you're asking yourself, what is freeboard? I'm sure that's what's going on. So freeboard is the empty space between the surface of the wastewater and the top edge of the tank. In the original design that was and originally engineered many, many years ago, it was 16 inches. And so they docked us for that, and we sent a request in to compromise that. And so 18 inches of freeboard, unless alternative has been specifically approved. And so we got an approval notice from TCEQ that they agreed with our recommendation to use that 16 inches instead of 18 inches. So a TCEQ Supplemental Environmental SEP is an initiative that allows organizations facing administrative penalties for environmental violations to offset a portion of their fines by funding environmentally beneficial projects instead of paying the full penalty to the Texas General Revenue Fund. Companies can invest in local projects that improve air quality, water quality, or waste management. So this all is coming to a conclusion here. So the next steps is we choose to execute the SCP and comply with the following within 30 days. Update operational procedures and train staff to prevent unauthorized wastewater solid discharges into Plum Creek and ensure timely non-compliance reporting to the TCEQ Austin Regional Office Enforcement Division. Freeboard requirement of 18 inches variance is expected. That's going from 18 to 16. Repairs of the reuse pumps have been incomplete and noted in the earlier presentation. And installation of new ultraviolet UV disinfection banks and related electrical components to the cost of associated with the new UV system of $182,000, which is going to be part of the final work package of the water treatment plant rehabilitation and reconstruction project, will offset 100% of the $78,250. So there's no financial impact to the city because this is a project that we already have planned. And again, you can imagine, we're recommending approval of this resolution with TCEQ.
All right, any questions or comments? No, with that,
I
I'd
have
like.
a question. So it said that there was an inspection done on April 8th, I believe. Was that kind of a random inspection? How did that happen? That the inspector was
so
there?
Luckily, as you recognize some of these heroes in the back of the room, you all recognize Tim Sanford. He has executive lead over the wastewater treatment plant project. And then you all recognize Robert DeFreitas, who is our wastewater treatment plant manager, that he has taken many of you on tours of the wastewater treatment plant. So Tim or Robert, who wants to take that?
I'll take a shot at it. So Tim Sanford, Assistant Director for Water Utilities. So to answer your question specifically, TCEQ is notified of an upset event in the creek, in Plum Creek, downstream of our wastewater treatment facility. That's what triggered the investigation.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I remember when this happened. Boy, we've come a long way. I'm super proud. I mean, I know the wastewater system still has that smell and it's getting better, but I remember 2022, I remember 2021, so I'm just excited that we get to move forward and to, spend this money. We get kind of get out of free car jail, so I appreciate it.
And if I can add to my great presentation, I do want to add though is, this is a mechanism for City of Kyle to use to walk away with this without any cost to the city. There's a lot of things that were noted by TCEQ in these violations that myself and staff don't necessarily agree with. We disputed those with TCEQ. Unfortunately, this is where we are. We do feel like this is the best case scenario for the city. And again, I appreciate the understanding of where we've come from and where we are today, because I feel very much the same way.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 13.
Second.
Oh, wow. Okay, I got a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Goza. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have agenda item 18. This is a first reading. Consider approval of an ordinance consolidating prior approved on-street parking restrictions, replacing prior ordinances, and establishing new parking restrictions in the South Lake Ranch and Steeplechase subdivisions. Item presenter Cavalli.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I am not out of breath this time, so we're good to go. So I know you all heard this item previously, but I will still try to go through the slides as quickly as I can. So in November 2025, city staff received a request to evaluate the need for additional on-street parking restrictions in both the South Lake Ranch and Steeplechase subdivisions. This request was primarily driven by the on-street parking activity pertaining to Lehman High School students are parking in these subdivisions. Following this request and concerns that were brought to our attention, we, city staff contracted with Kimley Horn to perform multiple field investigations and come up with a list of recommendations to address the concerns at hand. Again, since we are proposing to repeal some of the previous ordinances that were approved by council and kind of amalgamate everything, just quickly going through what was approved previously. So on June 6, 2018, ordinance number 998 was approved by City Council for the existing on-street parking restrictions that are in place in the Steeplechase subdivision. On July 3rd, 2018, ordinance number 1000 was approved by City Council for the on-street parking restrictions that are in place in the South Lake Ranch subdivision. And then on March 3rd of 2026, of course, City Council directed city staff to come back or to go back and obtain feedback from the neighborhoods on these proposed parking restrictions that we had brought to council. Again, just quickly recap everything that's shown in blue here in both the Steeplechase, which is the subdivision that's south of south of Bunton Creek Road and west of Lehman Road, and then South Lake Ranch, which is north of Bunton Creek and basically directly in front of Lehman High School. Everything in blue that you see there is what is out there currently. Again, that came into place through previously approved city council ordinances. The areas that when Kimley Horn did their field observations, the areas in yellow that you see here, which is Brutus Drive between Brandy and Lehman Road, Lake Washington between Town Lake Bend and Mansfield Lake Trail, and Loon Lake Drive between Town Lake Bend and Mansfield Lake Trail. That's where predominantly they observed significant amount of parking that was restricting the two-way traffic flow. And these observations were conducted in January of this year. The primary safety concerns that were identified is that the vehicle congestion that's created due to the parking activity that's happening on both sides of the street reduces the drivable street width. The roadways in question are just not able to support parking on both sides while also maintaining two-way traffic flow. And of course, this would have an impact on emergency vehicle access as well, because fire EMS or police would not be able to traverse through there to be able to respond to an emergency situation. Again, I know you guys had seen this previously, but based on the recommendations Kimley Horn provided, and then I was talking with some of the residents that live on Lake Washington, we are proposing that we restrict parking on one side of the roadway in order to be able to safely facilitate two-way traffic flow and emergency access. Below is what we're proposing. Adding additional parking restrictions on south side of Brutus Drive between Brandy Crescent and Lehman Road. And that's because, again, Brutus Drive is just not able to support any on-street parking because of lack of enough street width to support two-way traffic flow and parking. We're also proposing to restrict parking on west side, sorry, I'll go through the slides here. West side of Lake Washington between Town Lake Bend and Mansfield Lake Trail. So that's that northern block of Lake Washington, just above the blue there. And then west side of Loon Lake Drive between basically the cul-de-sac on the southern end there and then Mansfield Lake Trail. And these were strategically chosen because they fall within what we call the walk shed. So the amount of walking that, generally speaking, we are willing to walk once we park. So this falls within about that 1/3 to 1/4 range in terms of walking distance to the high school, because that's where the students are going to after. Typically speaking, and once we get past the 1/4 mile, generally we just are not willing to walk that long for whatever it is we're trying to get to. So that was a consideration in kind of looking at this holistically, so that we're not having to come back here every few months with more parking restrictions. So, of course, we took your feedback last time we were here, and we engaged with the community with the help of our communications team. And we launched an online survey. A survey sample has been included with the agenda packet. It was a very simple survey because, again, survey overload is a real thing. So we want to ask a lot of questions of residents. So we did get feedback from several different community members. Primarily, the responses were from folks that live on Lake Washington, which is not surprising, and Loon Lake Drive. We also got feedback from a few residents that live off of Brutus Drive. There's no homes fronting on that road, but they do access that. The survey, as it's noted on the slide here, it was open for at least 2 weeks. I think we ended up maybe being 2.5 weeks because of the transition and whatnot. And then we had reviewed all of the findings from the survey, including comments, and majority of them, like I'd mentioned earlier, pertain to Lake Washington and Loon Lake Drive. There was one comment about Casper Cove, which is one of the cul-de-sacs that goes off of Brutus Drive, and there was another comment for Orion Cove as well, which is off of Brutus Drive. Again, these are not meant to be read, but this is just a sample of the kind of outreach that we put out. We did postcard surveys, we did notifications by mail, and then we had posted on the, oh my God, I'm blanking out on the neighborhood app. The app where you post. Yes, thank you, Nextdoor app as well. Just to give you guys a quick overview of the profile, like I said, the survey was mailed out to 471 residents. I don't have individual numbers for each street, but they are kind of listed in the order of the volume of survey responses we'd gotten. So Lake Washington Drive was the highest number of respondents, followed by Loon Lake, then Mood Lake and Spillway Drive, and Sapphire Lake and Brutus Drive. And the areas in gray that you see there on the map to the right is the areas that we specifically targeted to do outreach for feedback. And again, these results are not going to be surprising, but overwhelming majority of them support implementing the proposed parking restrictions. And these are the results, right? There is a small percentage, a little bit more significant on Brutus Drive, that are opposed, but majority of the residents that we reached out to are in favor of the proposed parking restrictions. With that, we are proposing a code amendment. Part of it is to remove the previously approved ordinances and combine it all into one ordinance so that it's easier to find, because we don't want to go on a treasure hunt to find parking restrictions. So that's what this slide entails, is to modify that section 26 and 27 of our Code of Ordinances under Chapter 47 to include the proposed parking restrictions in addition to bringing all of the previously approved ordinances into the same one as well. And of course, we staff are recommending option 1, which is to approve the ordinance as drafted. And of course, council can choose not to approve the ordinance.
All right. Any
questions?
Questions, comments? Councilmember Harris.
Just a quick question. Are we planning to do time-limited signs on those roads so that it's limited, the no parking is limited to the school time?
Yes, yeah. It'll be consistent with the signage that's out there on some of the streets. So Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., September to May is what we're proposing.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tobias.
All right. Oh my gosh, this is like the 9th time we've talked about this. Even Daphne Turner remembers this. Thank you, Mark McKinney, as well, because he's been helping answer a lot of residents' complaints, and they've been emailing him and sometimes with me. So thank you, Mark, for helping with this. Yes, it's an ongoing deal, and a lot of it is what I've always heard from people who have kids that have cars out there. In order for you to park out there, you've got to have the required insurance, and you also have to pay a fee. And I know that there's some parents that are like, well, why should I pay an additional fee if I'm already paying school taxes, et cetera? That's a different argument there. And so, again, we don't have adequate bus services for all over the place, so that's why some of these students are parking in these neighborhoods. And I've driven out there in the morning. I drop my daughter off, and I kind of swing around, and there are some kids that park on the very, very top of the hill, and they have to walk like a good 20 minutes just to get to the street where Lehman is. And I can see that, a lot of residents are just frustrated because maybe it's because they got a bunch of high school kids that are walking around. I don't know. Maybe that's a personal thing. Or they're also blocking the traffic, and I've seen some that just kind of all parked together on the street in the very, very back. I mean, there's a bunch of them there. And going back to Steeplechase, yes, you have that one street on Brutus, but it just has no parking 8 to 5. It doesn't have, like what Dr. Harris is saying, September through May. On Brutus, it just says no parking 8 to 5, Monday through Friday or something like that. I'm getting to the point to where the signages we might need to have a couple more. but I'm ready to pull the trigger on this. And what is the idea? And I've talked with this chief before, let's finally get those curbs painted red, no parking, like we have over there in Cromwell. All the way across. No parking, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, or just no parking period, in this area, no parking period. And there's residents say, let's start towing these cars. Well, guess what? If we do that, we're going to tow your car as well. We're not here to nickel and dime, and pick on, okay, well, it's these kids, so let's start towing their cars. Well, guess what? If you're in that lane, and if one of these days we decide to hire a tow truck company to handle that with code enforcement, your car is going to be towed as well. Because it is getting that not so much ridiculous, but it's getting that stressful for those people out there. And so if your Aunt Mary's visiting you and she's parked there in the no parking, if it gets to the point to where we get a contract with a towing company, your car's being towed. And the same for the students. But my question is, have y'all received any more feedback from the district or from the high school about their future improvements for their parking? I know they're doing construction still, and I know a lot of those parking spaces have been taken away because of the new buildings, but have you heard anything yet?
No, the last dialogue we had with them, it's been a few months since we specifically talked about it. But the last update, which is from February, I'm going off memory here, is us just letting them know, hey, we do have to manage traffic on our streets and we have to maintain safe access. So we are bringing forth these restrictions. So just giving you all heads up, and if there's anything you could do on the district side. And I think it was just an acknowledgement, like, thanks for letting us.
It's like, okay, yeah, these kids can go ahead and pay the insurance and whatever it is, because to the school, again, how you get to school is how you get to school. You can walk, ride the bus, or park. That's pretty much the way they may look at it, like it's not our problem. We'll provide spaces available, but you'll have to manage it. And what about the HOA? Because I know have they been quiet, or have they received a lot of feedback from the people? Because I know at one time the HOA was the original driving on this from back in 2018. They got a petition out, and then I guess that's when it started from there. But then after a while, it just kind of died off. Anything from their point?
We haven't heard anything directly from the HOA. There's been the 2 or 3 residents that we've been coordinating with, and one of them is on the HOA board. So they've kind of been our liaison, and they're very descriptive with the frustrations that they are experiencing.
Sure.
But like I said, we did post on Nextdoor, and we did send out the postcards to make sure that we were trying to get that maximum outreach. I did get a couple of phone calls just echoing the same concerns that we'd heard through the survey process as well. But I do want to address a bit of the enforcement as well, because Chief Barnett and I did have conversations about that. And once the signs were up, obviously we're going into summer season here, so back when schools are in session, this will be added to their list to make sure that we are conducting that enforcement. And I was looking for him, but we can have that conversation with the Cal Police Department as well to make sure that the consequences are being implemented, however it is that KPD handles that, towing and ticketing, that sort of thing.
Sure. And just make it year-round versus the September through May. Just make it year-round.
Okay.
8 to 5.
I mean,
you can't really nickel and dime in the sense of, if it's that bad in that neighborhood, and then just go ahead and just make it year-round. And what would be the opinion of you and the cost also if we to decide to go ahead and stripe those curbs with no parking red on the proposed parking restriction areas? We would have to, I'm sure we'd have to look at that, but it'd be something to really start considering.
I don't have the numbers offhand right now. I know when we did the red curb painting over in Amberwood, when we were dealing with that parking issue, that I believe was about $6,000 to $8,000, and that was a lot less curb to paint. This is just my personal opinion. Obviously, we will follow council direction, but I don't think the students are choosing to park there because they don't see the signs. They're just choosing to park there.
Because they need to get to school.
Right. So we can certainly reinforce the signage with the red curb, but that would then be an additional maintenance
Sure.
effort on
Exactly.
our part to keep up with it, because it does fade over time.
Yes.
It's susceptible to weather and all of that.
Well, what about in the front of Lake Washington? Because I know it, like at Amberwood, you're right. There is a curb at the front where especially where Crunch Fitness is, where I know their HOA requested that, and they've done that. Maybe something of that nature on Lake Washington, and then that way the signages go all the way down, and people can get that. I know it's just the entrance way to get out, but I know it's
Yeah.
the remaining of the way.
We can certainly look at strategic locations to make sure that, people are not blocking intersections and any kind of pinch points that we want to highlight. We can certainly look at that. And I will say too, if that's council direction, again, I'll follow that. But the reason I think we were proposing the September to May is we do want residents to have the ability to be able to park there when school's not in session. So if we remove the seasonal restriction timeline on it, then, because there's no way to distinguish residents versus a car parked there is a car parked there. So it would impact residents all year round as well. So that's something for council to consider is, do we want to remove parking all year round, impacting residents even when schools are not in session?
And then I had a question related to that, because I believe the first time this got brought up, I vocalized the concern and possible solutions for permitting that allows and is easier for residents to mark on their vehicle, hey, I live in this community, please don't tow me or charge me if I decide to park my car on the curb. I guess I was wondering what happened with that conversation, or what possibilities we explored, because I think that's where some of my concern comes in, is how does this impact residents during the day, individuals who work from home, individuals who just don't have like a regular 9 to 5, or have more than 2 vehicles and have 3 vehicles and need to park on the curb, or if they have people come over during the week. I want to make sure that we're also not creating an inherent burden to our residents, because where would it be expected that they park if they reside there?
Yeah, absolutely. And we did speak with the City of Austin, and I actually am familiar with City of San Antonio's permit parking program, because I was somewhat involved in it in one of the neighborhoods. City of Austin does have a permit fee that they charge neighborhoods to implement a permit parking program, because it does have direct resource implications, because these stickers would have to be issued by the city, which means that we would have to go through an address verification process, kind of like our library cards. So yes, I'm a resident, I live here, here's proof, whether it's a lease agreement or property ownership, utility bill, some sort of verification process would have to be established. So right now, I just don't have the human resources to manage a program like that. But if that's something that council wants us to explore, we can certainly do that and bring that back as a budget item.
Okay, because I've seen some online that have, in other cities, that don't have a cost. And I'm just wondering, for our, is it UCAP program? We do the self-attestation that's like also has to, like there's like another like version of it, a newer one that I think, and Amy, correct me if I'm wrong.
There is an unnotarized sworn statement form where it has the same essential penalties for perjury because you're swearing to the statement, but it doesn't require you to go get a notary.
Yeah. So I feel like there might be options to consider to try and make it work, even if it's just something like a pilot program for this area for a certain amount of time. I just, like I said, I want to make sure that we're not creating undue burden for residents who own more than 2 vehicles. Because
And if-
this will pose an issue to them.
And if that's something that council wants us to explore, we can certainly do that and bring that back separately as an item. Like I said, we did put the survey out to that neighborhood that I showed in gray here. We didn't hear anyone say, oh, I mean, obviously there is the 11 to 22% of residents that have said no, but I mean, almost 90% of them have been forthcoming with supporting this.
Was it made very clear to them that they too would not be able to park in front of their own
Yes.
property?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, we'd given them the footprint. Like I said, I can't pull up the parking restrictions, but I think this image that, yeah, you're seeing up there, we'd sent them that, and then we had a little blurb that explained that the parking restrictions would be in place during school year and would apply to all vehicles that would want to park there, just like the existing parking restrictions that are out there.
Okay, I think I want to like triple check on that because, for example, if I'm looking at this postcard and I get in the mail, and the first thing that comes to my mind is, oh, well, everyone else who's coming to park here, like not myself. So I don't know if anyone else is reading it that way, but like that's the way that I would read that postcard. And so I just want to make sure that it's exceptionally clear that the residents know that they would be impacted and unable to park.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading the survey language here, and it specifically states that it would be enforced during those times for all vehicles.
And a lot of it's going to have to be the availability of code enforcement. I mean, they would have to be out there every single day and checking every single car. And I would imagine if you have some high school kids that do park there and they don't have the sticker, how they would be confronted by people saying, you don't belong here. You are not allowed to park here, and you might have that situation.
Yeah, but if someone is living, if that's my home and I have another vehicle and I can't
Well,
park it.
that's just the way it is.
What can we do is
And that's the way I kind of look at it.
approve this. And then I hear what Councilmember Spot is saying because I went to that neighborhood and there was a lady who's like my grass cutter, my landscaping people can't park in front. They have to park all the way down and then they have to walk this way. So I don't know if there's something that we can maybe bring back and try to figure out. I don't know what that looks like because I feel like we have had this situation, Tobias, for a lifetime. And so it's one of those, you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't. So how do we, really think outside the box to address, like Councilmember Sparta said, the people who come visit or people who have to do a delivery? Because in the case that, when I was talking to a lady, she said the guy across the street would look out the window and always be like really upset when her landscaping people were there. So that caused some friction too, because technically you can't park there. And actually, when I pulled up, I parked there and I didn't realize I couldn't park there. So, I get that. I understand it. And maybe moving forward, maybe you guys can work together because I think there is a real issue that we need to address.
Yeah, no, and I think I'm all
Yeah.
for it, but I also just want to make sure that we're on the other end building in some sort of help protection for the residents there.
I agree with you, and that's a great proposal, Councilmember Zapata. I'm just worried that somebody may take it the opposite way. You see what I'm saying? If you don't have a tag there, that somebody could be confronted, and especially high school kids, because that's who they're targeting. They're targeting the high school students that unfortunately have no place to park, and that's where they're going. And I would hate for something to, but I'm all supportive of that. If that's something that y'all would work on, I would support you on that measure. If it's something that bigger cities do,
Yeah.
and if the residents are for that, by all means.
I mean, if we implement something like that, obviously we would have to offer that across the city. So we can certainly bring an item separately to present to y'all the cost implications and the resource implications of implementing a program like that with some options for y'all to consider, especially since we are in budget season.
Because I'm not mistaken, Negley neighborhood has the same problem, correct?
Yeah,
The
well,
elementary
and-
school and remember IDEA school?
Yes.
Oh
And
my
Hayes
gosh.
High School has
Yes.
reached out, well, not Hayes High School, but the residents impacted by Hayes High School parking have reached out already. So this will, if we do decide to implement a program here, it will snowball. And I'm being very real here. I do not have the resources right now to sustain something like this, because once the door opens, I can't close it for certain people and just say, sorry.
This may be a bigger step. This may be like a real relationship, a sit-down conversation with the school, and maybe have, district
I
reps
think the
there.
HOAs as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they can share in some of the responsibility.
Yeah, I think it's
know, sorry, I didn't mean
No,
to
no,
interrupt,
you're good.
But, the peninsula, historically has had parking issues, and each resident got 2 parking passes,
Right.
and that's what.
And how
they
we
get
come to the
use.
solution, I'm all for that. Like however it is that we need to be creative and who we ever need to work with, see if we could do, cost sharing on different things. Like I'm all for that. I just want to make sure that it's something that we're considering.
Yeah, being proactive and having a process in place before it's 100% necessary is probably a good move.
And if that's council's direction, we can absolutely go back and do just further analysis on this and kind of the pros and cons of that and just bring back some options. So,
Well, I think to be clear, I think I'm hearing that we want to pass this agenda item as stated, but then also to bring back options for a neighborhood permitting.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 18, please.
Second?
I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0.
Would you need a motion for the direction of what you were saying earlier? or
Amy, do
no?
I need a motion?
I'm
I think the
sorry.
direction is pretty clear.
Okay. All right, good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Councilmember
Can,
Zapata.
can we finally pass that, since it was unanimous?
So under the rules of council, if no one objects, it's finally passed.
All right, we're good. Finally passed. Don't bring it back. All right, agenda item 19. First reading, consider approval of an ordinance creating the city's finance committee following board provisions, providing for purposes, duties, membership terms, appointments, and providing for an effective date and related matters, requested by council on April 16th, 2026. Item presenter, Perez Mohit.
So Mayor Pro Tem, council members, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, interim city manager. This is the first reading of the ordinance that council directed staff to bring back. So tonight, I'm going to go over very briefly agenda item for the city council action, recap of prior city council actions, review 3 specific options discussed by council members, review major points included in the draft ordinance for the first reading, and then go over the major points requiring city council's final decision. There are 3 separate items that require your decision tonight. And then after that, we'll bring back on second reading the final version of this ordinance. So with that, the item before you is on first reading, consider approval of an ordinance creating the city's finance committee or a committee of a different name, because that's one of the decisions I'm asking you for your approval tonight. Providing for purpose, duties, membership, terms, appointments, and providing for an effective date and related matters. So just to recap, on February 3rd, 2026, City Council approved a motion to direct the city manager to have the finance director present the history of the previous finance and audit committee and bring back options for its reinstatement. Then on April 16th, 2026, staff presented to City Council the history of Kyle's Audit and Finance Committee, options for reinstatement, and requested City Council's feedback in order to bring back an ordinance. On the same day, City Council's discussion and comments included multiple variations and options. City Council directed staff to bring back an ordinance for Council's consideration and approval to establish a finance committee for the city of Kyle. So, specific option discussed by these are the 3 specific variations that was discussed at the last meeting. So, specific option discussed by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias were as follows: name of the committee, Audit and Finance Committee; number of total members on the committee, 7; council members, the makeup would be 2 council members and 5 residents. The type of professional experience qualifications to serve on the committee, experience in banking and or financing for some members. So these were the points that Mayor Pro Tem discussed as part of the feedback. Then the specific option or options discussed by Mayor Flores Kale, name of the committee, Finance Budget Committee, number of members on the committee, 7, and mostly residents, type of professional experience qualifications to serve on the committee, members with finance background and similar experience. And then followed by that, Councilmember Zapata discussed naming the committee as Finance and Audit Committee, number of total members on the committee, 7, 4 council members and 3 residents, the type of professional experience qualifications to serve on the committee, 2 resident members with professional experience, 1 resident member with regular background and experience. So those were the 3 very specific discussions by the members of the council. Major points included in the draft ordinance that's before you on first reading. The committee will serve in an advisory capacity to the City Council. It will assist the City Council in carrying out its fiduciary financial oversight responsibilities to protect and safeguard taxpayer funds, increase public trust, improve financial discipline and controls. Number 3, the committee will meet at a minimum on a quarterly basis and more frequently when needed. Membership of the committee will be made up of council members and residents. Term for the committee members will be for 3 years, and I received some feedback from the city secretary that it should be 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, correct? The term?
Most of our boards serve 2-year terms. The only exception is the Ethics Commission appointment, which serves concurrently with you, Council.
And then number 6, the financial oversight responsibilities of this committee will include budget status and fund balance reporting, capital spending plan, debt management, investments, independent annual financial audit, financial and procurement policies and updates, and study specific financial matters requested by City Council. So, request City Council's decision for draft ordinance on first reading. So that these are the 3 areas that I need direction from Council tonight. 1, what will be the name of the committee, because we have had different variations. Number 2, the number of members to serve on this committee, and then what will be the makeup, how many council members and how many residents, and the type of professional experience and qualifications to serve on this committee. So with that, I have multiple choice answers that council can pick and give me direction. Name of committee, we've had 3 variations in the discussions and feedback from council. A was Audit and Finance Committee, B, Finance and Budget Committee, C, Finance and Audit Committee. So I'll pause here if y'all would give me some direction on which name to go by with.
All right, so I think A and C are the same. They're just backwards. So, and I think I was the only one that wanted budget, and I'm okay with not doing budget. We can just do either audit and finance or finance and audit. If
Either or.
all right,
Either
let's.
A or C, yeah.
Do you want to do alphabetical audit and finance?
Yeah.
You want to do budget and audit?
No, audit and budget, alphabetical order.
Yeah, I think we're going to do the audit and finance committee. If you guys are okay with that.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes.
That was easy.
1A. Number 2, total number of members to serve in the committee. And of those, what will be the makeup of council members and residents? Do you want all council members, all residents, or some hybrid of that?
I want
would like to have
zero council
more-
members.
I would like to have more resident.
Yeah, if we can have it resident based, I don't know. I don't think there's any council members on any boards or commissions I don't know how appropriate that is. I mean, I guess besides the TERS, but I don't think that's appropriate either. So, what
Well,
do you
in,
guys
in
think?
all neighboring cities or other cities across the state who do have this, 99% of them employ a version which has a number of council members and a number of residents. We can have the total number of residents outnumber the number of council members, but I think that that is done with intention, and kind of the standard that's set.
I can see the benefit to having somebody to communicate from our perspective. I could also see the benefit of having two, because that one person shouldn't be dominating the conversation of the committee. That way, you know, there's a checks and balances amongst the council members. I don't think there should be more than two council members. I think, you know, whether it's 5, 7, whatever the number is, the rest needs to be residents.
My concern is when you have council members on there, that they might take over that conversation. And maybe residents don't feel as comfortable. Again, I don't know anybody and I know other cities do it, but I don't know any committee in our city. You would never see them on planning and zoning. You would never see them on parks board. You would never see them on library board. To me, even though other cities do it, it just doesn't make sense for Kyle.
I mean, it's the standard that's set. It's kind of like just a standard legislative practice, and it's also a standard legislative practice that council members aren't on any of the other boards or commissions. But generally, when it comes to like an audit and finance committee, it's just standard practice.
I think just having somebody there for then, hey, why'd you do this?
That, and I think it's also helpful to be able to add context to certain things. And I think just that
But
it would
isn't that what
matter.
staff would be there for?
I think from a council, they wouldn't be able to say like what the exact council perspective was. Like, I think what I would like to see would probably be 2 council members, 5 residents.
Okay, thoughts, ideas? Because I think if you do the council members and then it's a matter of, okay, who's going to be?
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to be on board with that. But if you guys want it, that's a discussion amongst
Yeah.
you guys. I'm not.
I'm thinking about it now. I'd like to still stay on mainstream. I understand what you're saying, Councilmember Zapata. But you're right. Let's say Mark and I are on this deal and then there's 5. Okay, guess what? Our elections or my year's up next year and you're running for that. And then if that switches, does that person want to convey or so forth? I was throwing out there somebody from staff, but you're going to have staff lead the meeting anyway, correct? On that end, like you see P and Z, or you see when we have the boards and variances committees,
Yeah, so
that there's 5.
just as a thought, it will likely be staff run managed by the finance department. I did have a board in my previous city where we had like a council liaison who didn't vote but was there to answer questions. So that's another option you could consider if you wanted to.
So would that be every year? How do you choose that one?
They were chosen, I believe, annually.
I think it makes it political, and I really, like, we have enough politics in our city, and I feel like putting a council member on there does make it political. I remember, I have nightmares of P and Z. I'm never gonna get over, but I just think it's more cohesive and it's more natural flowing and organic when you don't have an elected official person there. I would like to think, and maybe I'm just being naive, that staff can understand or answer some of those questions that the council member that, you know, you guys are saying the council member would be able to answer. I do think staff is capable of coming up with those responses.
So if we do that, let's say we decide not to go with council members and just go strictly residents, will we go with 5 or you want to go with 7?
I think we go with 5.
Because, because I know 7, I know that there's library boards, everybody else has 7. Sometimes on this voluntary type of situations, not everybody is able to make the meetings. And there's been times I've seen PNC only have 4 people. And then sometimes they're waiting on one more, you know, and then they have their 5. So if we were to go with the residents, you suggest, Mark, going with 7?
Well,
Or
how
no,
would we
I'm
go
saying
about,
go with 5?
if there was only 5, how would we go about choosing 5?
It
I
would
think
be-
the reason why we have 7 on the others is so that way each council member has the opportunity to appoint someone. So how would we choose the 5?
So
I
on
would
most
rather
of our
not appoint.
boards, we take applications, we go
It'd be
through a
like the
process.
boards and
Yeah, like
commissions.
our other boards.
That is one of the questions that we have from the city secretary's perspective, is how do we want to appoint these people so that we can make sure they're being.
So would we
appointed
form like
properly.
a, what is it, the panel?
Right, most of our boards and commissions go through a panel process, people apply, we set the panels, you guys are on some of the panels. The only one I can think of that's a standing board that doesn't is the Ethics Commission, and that one's set
Yeah.
by charter, and that is each council member appoints
Yeah.
one.
And that one's very political.
Yeah, and because it's like, I want this person and I want to choose that one. Here, it will be across the board, and it will be helpful for Jennifer because you follow the same format for all boards, park, train depot, everything else, and this would be just a brand-new committee on that end, and then you can bring whatever it is. Because I think when we start looking at, well, we want somebody with finance, or we want somebody that's in real estate, or we want somebody that has experience, then it also becomes political in that sense, in another aspect. But by just opening it up for people who, hey, now's your opportunity to be your voice when it comes to our audits and our finance, it gives those people those options to apply.
What if we had, like, one, we pick out of our district, like everybody apply, and there's 7 people, and then we pick from, because they can, I know the application says, what district do you live in? And then if we have like 5, then that person picks from that district. I don't know.
Yeah, because it also, again, like with P and Z, you have a lot of people that are in District 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I do not want to see that. I don't want to see
And
all.
you always had that.
I-
And maybe 1 or 2 from District 2, or maybe, I don't know when, there's been one from District 6. But if you want to just kind of start looking at it that end, but those committees also say, well, I'm here to serve the entire community. Where should it matter if I live in Plum Creek or all 4 or 5? My thing is I'm looking at the direction of this, not so much where I'm from, but.
I'm just thinking
It's because
representation.
we've always had that since we started a long time ago, Yvonne. You remember that? And it goes all the way back to when Daphne and Alex and all of them were on board. It just, everybody was choosing people that they know that to be on there.
But they would have to apply.
But we've now progressed since then. We've all grown up in a way, and we're evolving in that sense as a community, where now we can do these boards and commissions. 'Cause-
I understand the mayor's
Yeah.
concerns, though. It's, you always want to try to decentralize the concentration of power. And so I think that's ultimately what the mayor's concerns are. I also think and I'm not saying we have to do the appointment, but I think I'm also trying to explain why the appointment process possibly came about was because it allows equal representation from each district. So I'm wondering if there's a combination that we have yet to explore of panel/district representation, or we try to set some sort of goal of like, hey, at least 2 members are from, or at least 1 person is from the not at-large seats, but like 2, 4, 6, or 2 people are at least from separate ones. Like, we could establish some sort of criteria.
But then again, it's
Councilmember-
also depending on how many people from your district that might
That apply.
want to be applied, so.
Councilmember Medina.
We could do like a hybrid to where if it's, say, a panel of 5, we request applications, not appointments. And we would like a representative from, 2, 4, and 6. And then the other 2 members can be anywhere within the city. And then for like qualifications, 2 of those have some of these professional backgrounds, and then the other 3 maybe not have the professional backgrounds. That way you've got a representation from each district, you've got representation with professional backgrounds, and then you've got your common citizen who really wants to make a difference and have a voice.
I like that. I like the idea of it, just someone from every district. And then, 2 at large. So is it 5? We wanted 5, right? Are we talking too fast, Mr. Muhi?
No, I'm going to go over it just to make sure
Okay.
I got everything. So,
Who would pick it, though? I guess that would be another question.
They would do their applications, and then since we can either do like Jennifer's done for all the other boards, pick 2 people who are on that panel, or turn the applications into all of us and collectively majority vote for each member that applies.
That works. I feel like for every district, we also have a citywide, so you can pair them up in the panels.
And so the panels are currently set, I think is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? And then we have a couple that rotate, the P and Z rotates, the Board of Adjustment rotates, so this may be one that you want to rotate so that it's not the same people picking every time. Or we may want to assign people, so we just need to know how to do it.
I think rotating, I think it's too important to.
Yeah. And then also, I just want to say, I'm not on any panel. It would be nice to be on a panel. So just throwing that
You
out
are,
there.
you said there hasn't been an opening.
Am I on a panel?
Yeah, we all are.
We're all on
Which, what the? I thought I switched off with other people.
I don't
other
know off
people
the top
took
of my head,
positions.
but every
like I
one of
gave
you
them.
is on at least 2, and then there are 2 that switch off.
Okay, I was like, I'm pretty sure I gave up my to others, but
Yeah,
okay.
you're on whatever Lauralee's on, so I think she's on the Board of Aging, so you should be on the Board of Aging.
I thought I gave my position to her.
So we came back after that, Councilmember Zapata, so we did appoint just for Board of Aging, and then we came back a couple of meetings later to do the full policy, and when we did the full policy, we did them so that we could have an at-large and a district on every panel, and so we did them, we paired 1 and 2, districts 1 and 2, districts 3 and 4, and districts 5 and 6.
Okay, all right.
And then the mayor is able to attend any.
Okay.
Yay.
so the direction I'm receiving, y'all please correct me if I misunderstood anything. Council wants a total of 5 members on this committee, none from council members.
Yes.
All 5 to be residents, 3 of those selected or applications selected from the 3 districts, 2, 4, and 6, and 2 selected on a citywide basis.
Would I
Correct.
be out, well, I don't know if we can even do this, but would it be out of line to have people from the ETJ that are affected by the city? I know the Art Commission has it. You can have, Art Commission has some people that aren't necessary residents, but.
So our standard policy requires that they be qualified voters. There are some boards that have exceptions.
Okay, I was just throwing it out there because, I know they feel like they don't have a voice either, and
Well, they're
they're
also
just.
not owners of the system. Like, I feel like there's a responsibility.
A duty.
That the accountability needs to fall on people who are owners of the system.
Okay, just throwing it out there. So, yeah, 5 residents from the city of Kyle.
And then I also, if you want to finish, I was going to say, I also wanted to make sure that we had like a standard set of like disqualifications from being appointed. So for example, any person with active or pending litigation against the city of Kyle, any person with a financial interest in any contract before the city, any person who has made or publicly endorsed allegations of fraud or criminal conduct by named city employees or officials creating an actual or apparent conflict with impartial service, and any person currently serving on another city board or commission to prevent concentration of influence. All of those things don't have to be on there, but like, for example, I think any person with an active or pending litigation against the city of Kyle, like I feel pretty strongly about that one, or any person with a financial interest in any contract before the city also seems pretty reasonable as well. And then any person currently serving on another city board or commission to prevent a concentration of influence.
I can support all 3 of those. The other one I'm not so sure about because
I believe some of those qualifiers are already in the works for other boards and commissions. If they owe us money, they can't serve.
But what if they sue the city? I think that was one of them, right?
That was one of hers. I
Yeah,
think
it's like
litigation.
active or pending litigation, any person with financial interest in any contract.
So I have a broader
before the
question, because
city.
I've gotten this question a lot about people serving on multiple boards. Is this something that we want to bring back as an overall board policy? That's something we could bring back in the future to discuss?
Yes.
'Cause
I would
currently
like
we don't
that.
have it.
All right, so did you get those 3 limitations? And if there's anything else people want to add?
I think there's also, I want to be clear about setting what the committee can't do. I think it's clear what they can do, but like, for example, I don't think that the committee should be able to conduct independent investigations of named city employees, former employees, or former officials. They can't subpoena, compel, or demand documents from city staff outside of normal staff report processes. Hire independent counsel, auditors, or investigators without full council approval and budget authorization.
I don't think they can do that anyways, right? I think the only one that can do that is going to be the ethics committee.
The subpoena authority, yes, is the
Okay.
ethics committee or commission. The others, typically what we do is we give the committee, the board, a charge, and this is what you do, and then you do other assignments as provided by council. And then essentially, if it's not on that list and council
can't do
doesn't
it.
ask them to do it, it's not within their purview.
You okay with that?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, you got 2 minutes and it's a new day.
Basically, their charge will be real quick, Councilmember Zapata, are these areas.
All right, perfect. What's next?
Okay, so final, I heard at least a minimum of 2 members must have one of these as their professional experience, and the rest can be just general.
I think that's good. 2 people.
I'd prefer 3, but I'm not going to die on that hill.
I think we'll have staff too, so that'll make it 3, essentially. Yes,
2,
2 people.
okay.
Can we add public admin to that list?
I'm sorry?
Can we add public admin, like public
Sure.
administration? Okay.
Sure. With that direction, next steps I will bring back on second reading on June 2nd, the final ordinance for council to adopt.
Thank you.
If that's
We don't-
okay?
Is this, okay, so there's not going to be any, should we go ahead and approve it?
Yes, so the
Yeah.
recommendation
Motion.
today is to vote on first reading with the note that we're going to amend it as discussed in this meeting, and Pervez and I have both taken notes, so should be able to make those adjustments for second reading.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 19 as discussed.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Zapata. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. I am going to ask Councilmember Goza if she's okay postponing the 2, I think we have agenda item 22 and agenda item 24, unless it's.
To table?
Yeah, we can table it until the next meeting. Okay, and then other than that, I think we're adjourned. Thank you. It's exactly in 12. Good job. You did so good.